Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the March 1st, 2021 Clovis City Council meeting. Given the current shelter-in-place order covering the state of California and social distancing guidelines issued by federal, state, and local authorities, the city is implementing changes to participate in council meetings. The council chambers will be open to the public, but we will be implementing social distancing policies and will limit the number of people who may enter the council chambers. The meeting will be webcast and accessed at the link shown. Members of the public are encouraged to participate in meetings by accessing the webcast at the link shown, providing written comment at the same website, participating by phone, or coming to the City Council meeting in person. We are practicing social distancing and can only accommodate a maximum of 16 persons at one time. I will call the meeting to order and ask Councilmember Flores to lead us in the flag salute.
Please join me in saluting our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Jose. And if the clerk will call roll, please.
Councilmember Ashbeck?
Here.
Councilmember Flores?
Here.
Councilmember Mwanatua?
Here.
Councilmember Whalen?
Here.
Mayor Bessinger?
Here. Now we come to the public comments portion of the meeting. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the City Council on any matter within the Council's jurisdiction that is not listed on the agenda. In order for everyone to be heard, please limit your comments to 5 minutes or less, or 10 minutes per topic. Anyone wishing to be placed on the agenda for a specific topic should contact the City Manager's office and submit correspondence at least 10 days before the desired date of appearance. If any member of the public in council chambers wish to address the council on any item that is not on the agenda? Sir. If you'll come up and tell us your name, and we have written comments also, so.
Thank you for taking the time.
Yes, sir.
My name is Mike Reckhammer. I'm a resident of Clovis and Buchanan Estates, which is south of Shepherd Avenue and off of Temperance. I addressed the council in May of last year. I addressed the council the first week of January regarding the Enterprise Trail and the blockage that was put in place. Gates were placed up there on Enterprise Trail that blocked access from Enterprise Trail to the Dry Creek Trail. Noting that area, and apparently my slides didn't come to you, but
we do have your written email though. Go ahead, sir.
You do have that.
Absolutely.
Okay. What I had provided you, and if you'd like to see, I have an extra copy of the presentation. It's a 4-page presentation. If you'd like to take that, I don't know if you do that with COVID issues or anything. But anyway, let me get on with it to make this as short as I can. Again, I addressed this in May and I addressed this in January. And what has taken place is the people who live east of Fowler, south of Shepherd, they no longer have access to the Dry Creek Trail, whether they want to walk the canal or whether they want to ride a bike on the canal. The resolution for people to move from Fowler to Sunnyside is no longer to use that canal, but to move a block north onto Shepherd. And that stretch of Shepherd is a two-way, single-lane road. And I wish that you would be able to put up the pictures that I provided you, but That stretch from Fowler to Sunnyside is a half-mile stretch, and each time I've presented this to the council, you have made the statement to me that that doesn't belong to Clovis, that piece of Shepherd Avenue, so there's nothing that you can do about it. So I've taken the Clovis zoning map, and I've provided you two pictures. One picture from Shepherd that goes east towards Me and Ed's Pizza, that section right there. And that shows a section of where if you broke the half-mile stretch of Shepherd in half, a quarter of that is zoned and owned by the city of Clovis on the south side. I'm not sure what the diagram is to the west of that, but that is where the problem or the contention is those residents, I don't know, I think it might be 5 homes that they border or they entry to their homes on Shepherd, and the rear of their homes are backing to the Enterprise Trail. Up until last spring, there was access that people could enjoy the back and forth. For what reasons, I don't know. I'm not entirely sure of. The gates were put up from on the Enterprise Trail itself because the belief is, or the statements that were made, is that the residents of those homes there, those 5 homes, owned that piece of the trail. So here lies the problem, and in May I asked if you would do something about it. In January I participated in the council meeting again and asked you what you would do about it. So as best I can say, or as apologetically I can say, what have any of you done to support this, to be active of this, to address this? When I spoke with you in January, you told me that, you know, we're not trying to be the bad guy, and I'm paraphrasing. I'm not saying the words probably correctly, but you said to me, oh, well, woe is me. We do care, but in my opinion, you've done nothing. And I ask you now, what have you done? Even to the perspective of eminent domain. Have you even looked into that? But I ask you, who of you have done anything to support this?
Thank you, Mike. To answer part of your question, and I'll probably defer to the city manager because staff has been working with the irrigation district. That part of it's really not part of a trail. It's private property that FID has an easement to. For us to do an eminent domain on it, that would be something obviously we would have put on the agenda to have a discussion. But it certainly isn't something I don't think that we're in a position to do. Because eminent domain, you're condemning that property and taking it from them, and it's a little heavy-handed, and I understand your position. Luke, any comment on this since you're
We continue to be in negotiations with Fresno Irrigation District on a master trails agreement, but even that is somewhat problematic, and as you said, that land there is not even owned by FID. The Irrigation District has an easement for their canal. The land is private property. The property owners chose to gate it, and we may eventually be able to gain access to it, but it's going to take a lot of negotiations, and those negotiations continue. Eminent domain is probably not an option because I think the plan for that trail shows it actually following Shepherd Avenue not on the canal bank. So part of eminent domain, you have to make the case that you have no choice but to go there. If there's another route, it's hard to make that case that you need that land. So we're not anywhere close to even coming forward with a recommendation for eminent domain.
Mike, I know that's not what you want to hear, and I understand the frustration. I mean, I know that I think, Bob, you've been out there on this and looked at it, and it hasn't gone ignored, but there's not a lot we can do because it's private property. The area on Shepherd is within our sphere of influence, but not within our city limits, except for, as you say, potentially a small stretch of that. So we can't very well just connect a small stretch of it to nothing. I think we'd be creating potentially a even more dangerous situation.
So, sir, the pictures, the slides that I provided you today, they show Shepherd Avenue. With the awesome use of Google Maps, you can come down and be on Shepherd Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take that half-mile stretch and go right into the middle of that half mile and a quarter of the stretch to the west and a quarter of the stretch to the east, I provided you pictures that showed you the two single lanes that are narrow, and aside from the two single lanes, they're yellow stripped, so there's no passing, and there's gravel up to and against the road itself. So my question to you is, and even to the engineers, is, seems to me like a little bit of money to pave a bicycle route on the south side of Shepherd Avenue, which falls under your zone area, that you could put that in place relatively quickly. Look, someone's going to get hurt there. If you go out there in good weather on days, you'll see people walking there. You'll see people that are inches from a narrow lane. You'll see bicycles that are riding through gravel. But as I ride back and forth through there, there's always someone on the side of the road that is doing something, whether they're walking, whether they're running, or whether they're on their bike, and they're doing it in gravel. And the gravel seems to be part of, I would say, the government property, that something could be done relatively quickly for someone to pave a 5-foot wide stretch along the side of the road, at least to make it accommodating and give some sense of security. And sir, I apologize again, but I feel that you've done nothing. Not one of you have stood up and said, I'll take that on. I'll be active and do something about it. And I don't understand why you've not. Now, I understand that we're in the COVID environment. I understand that businesses are suffering and you need to put your attention to that. But what I truly feel is that you have not represented the people of Clovis. I don't know why. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I think you're mischaracterizing what's actually happening on the ground there on Shepherd Avenue. Luke, what is our jurisdiction on Shepherd Avenue between Fowler and Sunnyside? I'm sorry, but I have to push back because you're mischaracterizing what's actually happening on the ground. We have no jurisdiction, sir. We're trying to get jurisdiction, and we will get jurisdiction, and until we do get jurisdiction, our hands are tied. If you don't understand that, that's your misunderstanding. What's our jurisdiction on Shepherd?
Is Mike Harrison in the room? I'd like to turn it over to the city engineer. As far as I know, that entire stretch is still in the county and has not been annexed.
It's the county of Fresno. Your complaint, the issue you have is with the county of Fresno. Unfortunately, sometimes our hands are tied as well. Therefore, you need to go to complain about the issue of Shepherd and the way it doglegs there, and as unsafe as it is, with the county of Fresno. We are trying to address that situation. We have been trying to address that situation for decades. And we will, as a matter of fact, there's an item on the agenda tonight that might help mitigate that situation. But it takes time, sir. It's not that we're not doing anything, it's that it takes time. There's actually opposition to what we're trying to do. So maybe you might stick around for that item and be a pro for that item. But it's not that we're not doing anything, it's that do you believe in property rights?
Okay,
Do you, yes or no?
yes,
Can the government just go to your house and take it away?
yes,
We can?
eminent domain.
And you're okay with that?
Well,
Well, I'm not, sir.
and I understand, and I don't think that that's the path to solve this.
Okay,
Well, I'm
I am not, especially if we have no jurisdiction. The county of Fresno might have jurisdiction, so your grievance is with the county of Fresno.
So, when I came in May, and when I came in January and spoke with you, I was hoping that there would be an advocate to the council, someone that would stand up for the people of Clovis.
And we have, sir.
What you're telling me is you've not done that.
No, I'm telling you, we have done that, and we have an answer. Unfortunately, you do not like the answer.
Here again, I'm not talking about that canal path and that domain. I'm talking about putting down a strip of pavement beside the road to keep people from Clovis from dying.
And what I'm telling you is that we are trying, and we are actually going to hear an item later today that deals with that issue, believe it or not.
So then what you're saying to me is I should be able to see on the record of the city council that you're taking an active stance to do something about that.
Slowly but surely, sir.
Sir, I don't believe that's good enough. Slowly but surely.
Then your grievance is with the county of Fresno.
Mr.
Reckheimer.
Reckheimer, your 5 minutes are up.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Did you have those pictures? We'd be more than happy to take those, and we can certainly look at it.
I emailed them to you
Okay.
to hopefully that it would be presented, but I can give you a copy of them here as well.
Certainly. You can, if you give it to the clerk, that would be fine.
Okay?
Drew,
To
can I
whom?
just add
Yeah,
something?
okay. Lynn, go ahead.
I just want to also say, the staff does advocate under our direction on your behalf. So staff works at this every single time they can with it. So I just want to add to Councilmember Flores, it's not that the five of us didn't do anything, but we had the conversation, and our staff works on behalf of what they hear from you and what they hear from us. So there is work that's happening, but it is slower than you'd like, and it's not our road to even put out a piece of asphalt, frankly. So I don't want you to overlook the hard work of the staff that work with the county. And to Mr. Flores' comments, I just would encourage you, we have a county supervisor, and we can give you his number and you can call him, but that's sort of where it is. You can go to the FID board. So there's more than just this that's going to make that happen. So I just wanted the staff does work on this routinely as well. It doesn't satisfy you, I'm sure, but it's not like the five of us are not all that's going on here.
Thank you. I apologize for taking more of your time.
No, thank you for coming in and speaking to us tonight. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on any item not on the agenda in council chambers? Seeing none, do we have anybody online? We have one person online. Good evening. If you could give us your name, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all the members of the City Council. My name is Dan Velasquez. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Well, I want to thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself and the new church that we are launching there in the city of Clovis in the month of April. Again, like I said, my name is Dan Velasquez, and I was actually born and raised in Fresno. My grandparents came from the panhandle of Texas and moved to Clovis in the late 50s, and my grandmother's still with us. She's 91 years old, or I should say young, and we still take her on a yearly trip down Gibson Avenue and to the Peacock Market because she wants to reminisce a bit, and we just love the city of Clovis. My wife was born there. We moved to the Bay Area so that I could attend UC Berkeley, and for the last 15 years, my wife and I have lived in the city of Palo Alto. But during the course of this summer, we were in the Fresno Clovis area taking care of my grandmother, and we felt a desire to move back to Clovis and start a church, a community of faith. We want to be a church that views the entire city as its congregation. And so I believe that this pandemic has provided the church an opportunity, since we weren't able to help people. And so at the Clovis Church, we're envisioning a church that not only worships together, but serves our neighborhood. And that's why we are here, because we want to build that bridge with you. We're looking for a church that offers to clean up yards for the elderly, a church that offers itself as a distribution site for city services, provides food delivery for those that are shut in and can't go out. So today I wanted to come to all of you and pose this question. I ask you, how can we help you? You've navigated us through the story of our generation, and we're so grateful. When we're doing our strategic planning, we actually count you as a strength because of your leadership and because of your openness. We really do appreciate you. But now we want to be a service to you. Years ago, I was on a launch team, and I asked the same question to the city council president there in Baltimore, Maryland. And we were helping to launch that church there. And I asked him, "How can we help you?" And he looked at me, waiting for the punchline for me to ask for something. And after 5 minutes of letting him know, no, I wasn't there to ask for anything, just wanted to help, he said, I can't tell you what we need, but I got a better idea. I'm going to show you." So he coordinated a number of police ride-alongs for me and my team members. And after a few ride-alongs through the city, we were able to quickly assess and conclude that there was a number of teenage boys getting into a lot of trouble after school. So what we ended up doing there in Baltimore, we worked with the police department. They had a program that they had modeled from the state of California called the PAL program, Police Activities League, but it just didn't work out as well over there. And they had some unused spaces, and we were able to open some of them up and provide volunteers to reach out to those students through after-school programs. I believe that in challenges that we deal with, opportunities for great partnerships. So now we're looking forward to building bridges with you. On this March 1st, Monday, I come to you asking you the same question. How can we help you? Where is there a need? There's been a concern that I've got to share with you, tugging at my heart when it comes to Clovis. It's been listed as one of the fastest growing cities in in California, and that's exciting. But as you all know, that wherever there's growth, there's also challenges. And the city where I live here in Palo Alto, we, for the last number of years, we have dealt with a large number of foreign investors that come in, buy homes. They offer cash and they pay 20% above market, so really no one gets a chance at them. And home values have skyrocketed, but the values of the community really have suffered. You feel that the ties are loosening, and many of the new residents have isolated themselves. And the neighborhoods have just changed, especially now with COVID. The sense of community has diminished even more. And so with this concern, at the Clovis Church, we have made it one of our targets to make an extra effort at identifying new residents so that we can reach out to them and model the values of our church, and also model the values of the city. We want to model values of integrity, generosity, and ethics, because we believe that that's the Clovis way of life. I'm so thankful for the time that you've given me. I wanted to stay close to as 3 minutes as I could, but I just wanted to thank you for your time and thank you for all that you do for the city. We're here to serve you.
Thank you, Dan. I think as we come out of the COVID lockdowns and restrictions, I'm going to make sure that the chief of police gets your email address. The chief of police has a foundation, and we also have police chaplains, which play a very pivotal role in shepherding the flock at times. So I would be happy to get you in contact with the chief of police so that you can help us out. We do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else online?
No.
And I'll close public comments. Other than the emails that we got from Mrs. Steele, Ms. Yodelman, and Mr. Reckhammer, and Judith Segala, do we have any other written comments?
No.
Okay, I will close public comments. In regards to ordinances and resolutions, with respect to the approval of resolutions and ordinances, the reading of the title shall be deemed a motion to waive a reading of the complete resolution or ordinance, and unless there is a request by a council member that the resolution or ordinance be read in full, further reading of the resolution or ordinance shall be deemed waived by unanimous consent of the council. Now we come to the consent calendar. The items considered routine in nature are placed upon the consent calendar. They will all be considered and voted upon in one vote as one item, unless a council member requests individual consideration. A council member's vote in favor of the consent calendar is considered and recorded as a separate affirmative vote in favor of each action listed. Motions in favor of adoption of the consent calendar are deemed to include a motion to waive the reading of any ordinance or resolution on the consent calendar. For adoption of ordinances, only those that have received a unanimous vote upon introduction are considered consent items. Does any member of the council wish to have any item on the consent calendar pulled? Seeing none, any member of the public in chambers wish to have any item on the consent calendar pulled? Seeing none, do we have anybody online?
No.
And Mr. Clerk, we received no correspondence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Public hearings. A public hearing is an open consideration within a regular or special meeting of the Clovis City Council for which special notice has been given and may be required. When a public hearing is continued, noticing of the adjourned items required per Government Code 54955.1. Item number 4, consider items associated with the establishment of objective standards for single-family residential development. A is consider approval of a resolution, a request to adopt objective single-family residential design and development standards, and B, consider introduction of an ordinance requesting to amend the standards of the R1 MD single-family residential medium-density zone district and the general property development and use standards related to parking for single-family residential uses. Dave Merchant is our presenter. Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you noted, the item this evening consists of projects in two parts with two recommendations. First, for the adoption of a resolution establishing the objective standards, and the second, to introduce an ordinance amending the development code to incorporate the standards that have changed the existing code requirements. A little bit of background in terms of how we got here this evening. State law requires objective standards, those standards be in place for qualifying housing development applications. You may recall that there were a set of objective standards for multifamily development that were adopted by our council back in December of 2019. The current proposal is to do the same for single-family development. And as I noted, there are a set of development code amendments proposed to eliminate inconsistencies. The objective standards themselves would apply to projects consisting of at least one single-family unit. However, they would not apply to projects in the Planned Residential Development Zone District. The PRD zone is really a customizable case-by-case situation, and so these standardized objective requirements would not apply to the PRD development. The standards relate primarily to the design of subdivision maps, as well as to the development of plot plans for homes on individual lots. The majority of these standards come from the existing development code, standards and specifications, and past policy and practice. Relatively few instances where the standards reflect new requirements built from scratch. There are a few instances where the standards do change the existing requirements from the code. We want to modify the code so that there's not inconsistencies. In terms of requirements that apply to subdivision maps, those are items that address dedications and street improvements, utility design and installation requirements, and grading and drainage features. These are requirements that are primarily currently found in the conditions of approval on subdivision maps that come out of engineering, public utilities, and to some degree, the fire department. For home and lot design, the requirements include features that address building setbacks and height, parkway and driveway configurations, fencing in terms of location and height. And those three features on the top are straight out of the existing code for the most part. And the last item there, exterior design and aesthetics, those are requirements that are typically addressed through what's called a residential site plan review process, or RSPR for short. That's a process that doesn't generally get to the Planning Commission or Council. It's handled administratively by staff. So some examples of exterior design and aesthetics would be screening HVAC equipment, making sure that there are at least 2 colors, but not more than 5 colors on a house, varying the roof lines and so forth, just things that add to the quality of a neighborhood that you might not notice at first blush. The Development Code amendments are recommended to increase the flexibility of placing homes on lots that are as small as 4,500 square feet. And those smaller than typical lots or historically typical were really the kind of focus of the building industry as we went through this process. The proposal is to increase maximum lot coverage up to 55% in the R1 MD zone, to allow the use of tandem garages, to reduce the garage size down to a 20 by 20 minimum, and then to reduce the setbacks across the board within the R1 MD. And so really that last item was the focus of the Planning Commission discussion, and I'll talk a little bit more about that next. The Planning Commission looked at this item on January 28th. This discussion at that meeting really focused on the proposal to reduce garage side setbacks down from 5 feet to 4 feet. The concerns expressed by members of the Planning Commission included what happened when the narrow setbacks were combined with trash toters and occupants and first responders tried to get through there, and it created a kind of a pinch point. Ultimately, the Planning Commission voted 4-1 to approve the standards, but they did go back and recommend a 5-foot garage side setback. Staff's recommendation this evening is to continue to allow a 4-foot setback as a minimum standard, and I'll give you a little bit more background on that next. So the 4-foot garage side setback has been approved by your council on a case-by-case basis through the PRD process. As shown in this diagram, a relatively narrow clearance is left in place when the trash toter is rolled to the backyard. We've shown it here as something like 15 or 16 inches. That access point, that narrow clearance area, can be further constrained by gas meters, exterior wall-mounted water heaters, and those sorts of things. That's something that I noticed when I went to look at one of the subdivisions where a narrow setback had been allowed. And I talked as well to a member of our police department that made the observation that with things like gas meters and water heaters, that when we ask our residents to put their toters in the backyard, if we made it physically impossible for them to do so, we could run into sort of a conflict between requirements. So we should be careful about that. So we've made an observation that a requirement for a 32-inch clear path for the toters through the gate to the backyard could be added. We'd suggest that the council consider adding that here this evening. It's not currently within our recommendations. There was one change to the standards that was made.
Dave, could you go back, please? I figure we might as well just bring it up now. The way the toter is shown here, that's sideways, right?
That is, so the wheels and handle are facing the gate, so it's kind of long. It's kind of long ways.
I don't know how other people put their toters in, but if you line all three of your toters up like that, it's going to be difficult to get into them unless the wheels would be on the side fence, which would leave us how much? 6 inches, 4 inches? What's the math on that?
Yeah, it would be. 36 is the deep way, so it'd be something like.
Right, and you figure you're not going to probably have it on the fence, so you're looking at probably 3 inches.
Right. Yeah, it could definitely be a narrow case there, a narrow clearance, and it may or may not allow a person to pass without pulling the toters or reconfiguring the toters.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
There was one change to the standards that has been recommended after the Planning Commission met. The Commission's version of these standards included a requirement that all landscaping improvements within a subdivision tract be installed prior to the issuance of 40% of the permits within that tract. So hopefully that makes sense there. Staff is at this point recommending that that requirement be removed in its entirety. As we've looked at it, we found that the requirement is unnecessary because the subdivision improvements, all subdivision improvements in the tract, won't be accepted and the bond released until all the improvements are installed. So there's basically no risk or a very nominal risk of a subdivider, a developer walking away from the improvements before the landscaping is installed. As we've talked with representatives of the BIA, they've noted that that 40% requirement constitutes really a substantive constraint on their building practices, which rely on being able to obtain permits as the market demands and being able to finish all of the improvements, including the landscaping, simply before the tract is accepted. Staff does not have any objection to that. We think it makes sense. At this point, we end up providing more exceptions than we do enforcing a hard rule. And so the recommendation is simply to remove that requirement, and that's what's shown in your package this evening. We've invited public comments throughout the development of these standards. We received really 2 comments. The first is the city could consider an 18 by 20 foot garage size. You will probably recall that garage sizes in that range have been allowed on an exception basis in the PRD zone. We went and did a survey, an informal survey, I'll note, of what cities required in terms of garage sizes. We found that the prevailing garage size is about a 20 by 20 or larger in many instances. But the more you look, the more examples you find of smaller garage sizes of around 18 by 20. At this point, staff is not recommending a reduction beyond the 20 by 20 that's currently recommended. Because the smaller you get narrower than 20 feet, it does become difficult to actually use and open the door of two vehicles in that garage, as well as to be able to store any meaningful material in the garage. So we're not suggesting that an 18-foot wide garage is unworkable in total, or that it hasn't worked in Clovis and in other areas. We're simply suggesting that as the minimum objective standard, the 20 by 20 makes the most sense, and that a smaller size be reserved through the PRD process and evaluated on a case-by-case basis. The second general comment that we received is a request that the city consider standards for what we're calling compact development with lots as small as 1,800 square feet. That kind of compact residential development has been routinely approved in Clovis through the PRD process. A number of townhome style projects, the elevation style project built by the Wilson team is a common example of similar sized lots. We found that establishing consistent standards for compact single family development has the potential to streamline that beneficially, but that the creation of a new zone district would likely be necessary to implement those standards. So we don't have a current zone district that fits that compact style nicely. So at this point, staff's recommendation is to bring back that set of development standards as a separate item along with an implementing zone district. Our recommendation this evening, along with that of the Planning Commission, is to adopt the single-family objective standards and to introduce the ordinance amending the development code accordingly. Again, staff's recommendation is for a 4-foot garage side setback, while the Planning Commission's recommendation is to bump that up to 5 feet. As I noted earlier, if a 4-foot garage side setback is allowed, we're recommending that council consider the addition of a requirement for a 32-inch clear path for toter access. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions the
Thank you,
council
Dave.
has.
Any questions for staff? Go ahead.
I have a lot of questions, but maybe through the conversation, but can you just go back to your comment on the 4-foot versus 5-foot? You are recommending that it be changed to 4 feet? No.
The staff recommendation is
The Planning Commission wanted 5, and your staff is still saying 4?
Perfect. You got it right.
Can you say why?
We found that 4 foot as a minimum standard offers the most flexibility for the placement of
homes on smaller lots. And so as an example, when I went out and toured a subdivision where a 4-foot garage side setback had been allowed, I couldn't find an actual example where 4 foot even had been built, but something between 4 and 4.5 was pretty common, and just that extra flexibility allowed the placement of homes within that tract. So just as we're looking for additional ways to put nicely constructed homes on smaller lots, we would like to add flexibility for that placement. That doesn't necessarily mean that every home is going to be down to a 4-foot even side setback.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
Vaughn, what was the position of public safety again on this? Like fire, what was their position with it being the 4-foot and then a toter being there? Did they have any serious concerns with access? Would it delay time because they would have to move the toters potentially and all that?
As the request for a 4-foot side setback has come up in PRD cases, the fire department has consistently said that they can make it work. They don't have an objection. They were consulted, as was police, as was the police department, during the development of the objective standards. There haven't been any objections to the use of a 4-foot side setback. The public safety folks have consistently said when they need to access the side yard or the rear yard through the side yard, that they can get there. They're not necessarily concerned about the presence of toters or the narrow setbacks. The one comment that we received recently, today in fact, was from police, the police department, and that was really relative to making sure that we can get the toters into the backyard and we don't tell people that they have to put their toters there without physically being able to get them in the backyard.
Can I see Chief, I mean, your men and women aren't going in there hands-free, right, in an emergency. So I just want to know, will this change procedures? Because now, you know, potentially, if it's 4, you're not going to get through. So does it change where, hey, 2 guys run in first, don't carry anything, get the toters out, you know, the next 2, whatever? I mean, does it change any of that, or do you see very little concerns if this becomes a standard?
From a fire safety perspective, it's very little concern. Actually, my bigger concern is one of our leading causes of fires from outside the home causing damage to the home is actually the toter themselves, where people put hot coals on holiday weekends and those things. And the fire started in the toter itself, gone up into the attic above the garage, and that's the issue itself. So actually the fire itself is the toter. It's very rare that we actually go to the backyard for another type of structure fire or something along those lines. Most fires start inside the home, not exteriorly other than a barbecue. For our own safety, we're going to move them out of the way. We respond with 3 people. The engineer's going to pump the water, the firefighter's going to pull the hose line, and the captain's going to move the toter just to give us access, because if everything that's in the way is going to get hung up along the hose. Last but not least is you'd be amazed at how much stuff is on the side of the house that's just beyond the toter. People are putting their own, those tough shed half wall tough shed up there. I mean, there's been ones you just can't even get through the side of the house. So that does happen. Good, bad, or indifferent. We're going to come through the front door, out the slider, out the back, and we'll solve the problem another way. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really affect our modes of operation and how we make it happen. If it's 4 feet to 5 feet, at the end of the day, even what you see on that drawing from the toter to there, we have an SCBA on all of our gear. It still doesn't give us a lot of space. So we'll want to get a clear path. So we're going to move it no matter what.
Okay. Even if it was 5, you were going to move it. It wasn't.
We're going to move it out of the way with the crew, and that's why we show up with enough staffing to make sure we get multiple things done at the same time. So we're going to move it no matter what odds are. Would be mine. But it's the same principle on the other side. Even on 3 feet, people are going to stack stuff over there. We'll pull the fence down. We'll put water on the fire on the side of the house. I mean, it really hasn't, I've never seen it become an issue for us at all. We always seem to get around it, put it out, and the job gets done.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions for staff?
Yeah, Dave, also, So the garage, you are keeping 20 by 20, and then they can come in on a case-by-case, kind of like we had one last year, I think, where they can request a reduction to 18, something like that?
Yeah, what we have found, at least in recent years, is that the vast majority of subdivisions are coming in through the PRD process. They like the variation in lot sizes, as well as the ability to sort of customize the development standards. And so we're seeing, I don't think I have seen since I've been here, an R1 MD project, and it's been relatively infrequently used. So this simply provides an option for the development community to have an objective standards-based subdivision if they choose to go that path. But if there's variation requested or desired, then the PRD process would continue to allow customizable standards.
Okay. And lastly, can you explain again that 40% and the parks and stuff again? What the Planning Commission wanted, what the industry recommended, and why the position that you were recommending?
Sure.
Yeah.
The city has had a historical requirement that is built into the conditions of approval for subdivisions, indicating that the landscaping within a subdivision tract needs to be installed prior to the issuance of 40% of the building permits within that tract. And that is not based in code. That's been an operational condition of approval that's just been added by staff. There's been no discussion of that. There was no discussion at the Planning Commission. There was really no discussion with the BIA about it until really late in the process and after the Planning Commission meeting. And then we all started to kind of talk about it, and we realized that staff did not feel that the condition and thus the objective standard was necessary. We felt that it kind of constrained both staff and the development community. We talked to the BIA about it, and they very much agreed that it did provide a constraint on them. And as I mentioned during my presentation, we've ended up working more on an exception basis. So we do track that. We spend the time and effort to track it, but it's more about communicating with the development community about where they are and when the landscaping is going to be installed than holding them to a rigid 40% standard. So because we're not in effect doing that now on a consistent basis, and we don't think we need to, we're simply recommending that we strike it and eliminate it.
Were there other recommendations in which we had restrictions that potentially should be removed, that it did not make it here? Because I see that we have a whole development standard. I mean, this would have been a great time to see if we had other restrictions and or requirements that were recommended. Anything?
Yeah, I can't speak to the detail on that. Okay. We really worked on the single-family objective standards all through the summer and fall of 2020, and Londo Ramirez, our deputy city planner, administered that process, and we just let him sneak out the door with retirement before we got to the adoption stage. So I know that we did consider a whole wide range of criteria from prior conditions of approval and best practices from other cities, and these were the sort of the collective and combined recommendations from those sources.
Okay, and the process is the industry did look at these. They did make their comments. Staff did review it. Then it went to the normal public process.
Correct.
Okay, thanks. Bob.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Dave, the introduction of this particular agenda item focused initially on SB 330, which was a bill that had been passed by the legislature and then signed by the governor. And it encourages cities to adopt some objective standards in order to make sure that it's easier for local agencies like the city of Clovis or other communities within the state of California to have higher density development within their community. As I understand it, the state of California believes that there needs to be higher density across the state of California, and that pushing municipalities like ours to adopt some objective standards that will be in line with the state of California's objectives, at least up in California, is something that they thought would help spur some higher density development. And so when I went through the bill, SB 330, I was wondering whether there were any particulars associated with some of the recommendations that have been proposed by our staff. I didn't notice any, and I'll just admit that my review of SB 330 was not as in detail as maybe it was by you. But I didn't notice anything in SB 330 which called out for the setbacks that the staff is recommending or the garage size that the staff is recommending. Can you explain to us why the staff chose to go in that direction for those reduced setbacks, even though the Planning Commission was recommending something different than staff, when there's nothing that specifically calls out that the setbacks have to be at a specific distance, particularly on the garage side. So what was the thought process of staff in trying to think through these specific recommendations to be in compliance with SB 330?
Your assessment of SB 330 and its recommendation or requirement for specific standards, I think, is right on. There's not SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act doesn't necessarily say that any specific standard needs to be adopted. It does require that housing development projects as defined in the law be reviewed and approved according to objective standards. And so our existing code and development standards included primarily objective requirements, but not completely, in all cases, objective requirements, and they were kind of distributed over different source documents. So our goal was to pull together into a source that we could say, these are our objective standards. When we received an application that would qualify for the application of objective standards, we'd have a single place to go and point us to what standards would apply. In terms of what led us to the specific recommendations, as I described in the presentation, so much of our building activity, our subdivision activity has been through the PRD process, and a good portion of that has been with lots that are smaller than the historic average. So I'm 51. I grew up in the San Joaquin Valley. I grew up in Fresno, really, and the historic, 6,000 square foot lot that has, predominated a lot of the valley communities isn't necessarily the norm anymore, and lots of development has occurred really between 4,500 square feet and say 5,700 square feet. And so we've seen the requests that have come through and the need for flexibility in terms of accommodating the houses that people want to live in on the size lots that developers can afford to provide. And so as we went to create objective standards, we tried to blend as best we could the traditional standards that have been in place in our code, along with those the standards that developers have consistently requested, and presented that as our recommendation for criteria that we thought were appropriate for minimum standards in black and white that we could apply when the situation arose.
So, Dave, I also noticed that there was some remedy or a hammer that was put into the bill that can be some fines that I don't know if it's the developer pays or the city pays if we don't comply with their, I'll say, a general or vague directives in SB 330. Are you of the opinion that if we don't go with staff's recommendation instead of Planning Commission's recommendation, that the city may subject themselves to fines that are potentially going to be imposed by the state of California?
That sounds like a great question for the city attorney.
Okay.
As a city planner, I would say I don't think so. I think as long as we have objective standards then we're going to be in good shape in terms of our defensibility for applying the requirements of the Housing Accountability Act.
All right. Scott, did you want to take a shot at it?
Yeah, Dave's absolutely right, and as you pointed out, there really isn't anything in the bill itself that tells an agency what standard you have to impose. It just has to be some objective standard. So as between 4 and 5 feet, you've got the discretion to go either way. The state's not telling you to go one way or the other.
But the objective standards do have to encourage high-density development. Is that fair characterization? And if they don't, then we may subject ourselves to some fines from the state of California?
I may have Dave answer more of that. I think SB 330, I think, addresses 2 things. One is to, I guess, encourage at some level higher density development. I'm not sure that the objective standard requirement is intended necessarily to address that.
Okay.
A lot of it focuses on permit streamlining, making it easier for development to get through the process. I think the state heard from a lot of developers that said, cities are screwing us around. They send us to multiple hearings. They require all these other things. And so part of the bill is to make it, I guess, less cumbersome to get an application in and through the process. And I think that's what this objective standard requirement is more intended to address, is to say, look, you've got to have a list of objective standards for a developer to know what he or she has to do when they come in, rather than imposing all these conditions all over the place. Here's one condition on one project, maybe a different condition on a different project, and so a developer has no idea when they come in. But I mean, Dave may have some further insight on that.
Yeah, can you address the idea of maybe SB 330 is not necessarily designed to encourage higher density, but more focused on streamlining?
SB 330 is got a lot of wide-ranging requirements, and it's really been several months since I've looked at it closely. This requirement in particular for objective standards is, I think, as the city attorney described, that it's more about the transparency and predictability of the standards and less about the particular density that projects are developed.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful for me. The prefatory language of SB 330 seems to call out pretty loudly that we need higher density within the state of California. But if your take on it is that it's really just kind of a streamlining process, and I think that's important for us to consider as a council when we think in terms of whether we want to decrease setbacks or increase setbacks, or increase garage sizes or decrease garage sizes. It doesn't sound like that's going to be something that will subject us to any fines or penalties from the state of California. Really just the making sure that it's easier for people to engage in development is the objective. And certainly in the city of Clovis, we want to be a very customer service oriented staff, and we want to make things easy for those who want to do business in the city of Clovis, regardless of whether they're developers or somebody who want to open up a restaurant in town. So your answers have helped me understand what we're doing here, so I appreciate them.
Thank you, Bob. Lynn?
I just want to alarmingly echo every single thing that Bob just said, because I read it as an affordable housing, higher density, by right development bill. And that cities who put up obstacles like, oh, no, it's not about the density, it's because it's the wrong corner, or it's that's how it's a really long bill, but I didn't get to objective standards until I got way past the affordability. So I don't know. I worry some if this is the answer to that. That's what I'm not quite sure. I can't reconcile these standards with the bill language, and I trust that you all did that. And we have some builders here tonight to talk about other items, but I would love to hear other people who do this for a living talk about that. But I share Bob's concerns about that. I also wonder about, we have objective standards that say if you have a higher density project, then you need to do something else to add to neighborhood amenities. Is that an objective standard? So everybody has to do that? Does that make the project more expensive? It does. So I'm not sure how the things that we like and protect about Clovis are reflected in these standards. They don't quite seem comprehensive. So I'm struggling a little bit with those sorts of issues. So I'll just say that, but yeah. Did you read my notes? Yeah, I know, I could see everything I wrote down. So those are my worries. I'm not sure this gets us there, but I understand the point, but I would love to hear from stakeholders who actually do this for a living, what it means to you. But I guess one of the questions I had for staff is, I guess two things. Are there unintended consequences that we can't imagine about this? So for example, I think that toter picture is, sort of an uninhabitable, you can't put 3 toters in, and you just can't do that, because if I want to get the gray one out and it's first, I got to move everything else out. And that's how neighborhoods decline. I've walked a few precincts lately, just because I don't have anything else to do, and people's use of the side yard is, you know, marginal. I mean, it's all kinds of things, and trash cans never make it back behind a fence. So I just worry about the unintended consequences. So or someday we're going to say, gosh, our toters should only be 3 feet wide. Now we need a new truck. And so I worry a little bit about that and maybe there's a design element that builders could accommodate to make this easier, but I don't know about that. So I'm a little bit worried about that. But I guess my question for you is, describe the impact of if we had these standards in Loma Vista or Heritage Grove or Harlan Ranch, what would be different? What would be different from what we see on the ground today, at least in the Harlan Ranch housing and the Loma Vista housing?
I think the short answer is not very much would change because, as I noted, the vast majority of what we have seen and approved and seen constructed has been through the PRD process, where a reduction from the standard setbacks has been the norm. So, you know, we might see a little bit of, instead of a 5-foot garage side setback as the norm, maybe that goes down to, you know, something like 4.5 feet on average. So maybe there's a little bit of a reduction, but the reality is that most of the time, the development community is proposing what works for their projects, and they've been coming through staff, and with in most cases little modification, they've been approved by the Planning Commission and Council. And there have been a few instances in the last couple of years where the Planning Commission has expressed some hesitation about narrow garage side setbacks, and the Council has allowed those narrow side setbacks to go forward. So I think the reality is we've already seen quite a bit of that medium-sized lot, you know, the 45 to the 5,700 square foot lot, and these are the development standards that really make that work. So I don't think this is going to be a lot different than, on average, what we've seen. I tried to make that a short answer. It didn't come out that way. I'm sorry.
No, I just think it's almost backwards. We're trying to make that work as opposed to what is it that we want to create. And I get that, you know, the building industry wants to create the same thing that we do in terms of livable community and all the rest. I guess I don't get any alignment between this work and SB 330 to get us where we need to go. I can't quite reconcile that yet. So I'll hear from my colleagues and the public, and then we can keep talking about it. But I started down the path, I read 330, and then I thought none of this actually gets me to the intent of SB 330 that I could see. Is there a timeline that we have to do these standards by? Like yesterday or tomorrow?
We're not on the clock to develop new objective standards. The requirement to apply objective standards is already here. I mean, it's been in place since SB 330 was adopted, I think, in October of 2019. And like I said, we do have objective standards. What we are prohibited from doing is applying non-objective standards. So this. But
isn't the development code objective standards or no? The development, I mean, the codes we have now and aren't those objective?
In many cases they are, but in some cases they're not objective, and in some cases we have been applying conditions of approval on subdivision maps that aren't in the code. They've just been based on operational practice sort of tradition of applying.
Or like if a neighborhood was interested in some accommodation, then we make it a condition that you can't have a two-story house next to it, something else, that no longer is really part of this objective standard?
Correct.
Could you add it or no?
It would be difficult to add as an objective standard, and I think that's part of what SB 330 is hoping to sort of eliminate is requirements that can't be quantified at the beginning of a project being added later, and then affecting the feasibility of a project. Now that doesn't stop a builder from being a good neighbor and making accommodations that suit the project. And
but we could memorialize as a condition, for example.
I don't know that we could.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for staff?
Bond?
Okay, I appreciate Councilman Whalen bringing up that point. So on page 46, Dave, with there's a table 2-3. It has sort of the grade out and then what we're recommending. So is it my understanding that R1MD could have been placed right on top of all the grade and it would have been okay? Other than maybe minimum parcel size, I mean, some of it, but overall, we could have had those same numbers, meaning the distances, and it would have been okay per SB 330.
Councilmember, I'm not sure.
Does that make sense?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Because it was R1MH, right? So then we created this R1MD, and then we show that, oh, it used to be 60, but now it's going to be 50. It used to be 65, now it's 50. So could we have just put all that as R1MD, and it would have been okay, is my question. Or did these new, smaller, tighter numbers made because SB 330 required a certain shrinkage? Does that make any sense?
Just for clarification, Councilmember, the R1MD zone currently exists in our development code. It was added a handful of years ago, not too far back, to specifically create an opportunity for a little bit smaller lot sizes with defined requirements. So the proposal here, what you're saying is that the objective standards would apply to the R1MD, and only those items that are shown in underline and strikeout are changing here.
Okay. Okay. So it's not a changing of this grade one to this.
Correct.
Good. So the only changes are the ones that are stricken out.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. My misunderstanding.
I'm sorry, were you done? I just want to piggyback on that.
Go ahead, Bob.
So, looking at that same table, though, David, what we can observe is that in table 2-3, every time that there has been a change, it's to make a change for higher density. Am I reading that correctly? So, for example, in the front, it struck 15 feet to living porch and projections to 10 feet. It struck 20 feet to 18 feet to the garage wall and 20 minimum to garage door. On the side, it struck 5 feet and made it 4 feet. On the rear, it struck 15 feet and made it 10 feet. On the maximum parcel coverage, it struck 45% and made it 55%. So the staff's changes to our objective standards have been designed to make the R1MD even more dense than we presently have it, because we haven't made these changes. So I guess I'm trying to understand, why is it that staff has pushed for increased density in these objective standards when that was something that was not required under SB 330?
Councilmember, we didn't approach it as an increase in density so much as an increase in flexibility. And again, understanding that what we have traditionally been seeing for similar lot sizes is more consistent with our recommended development standards than the existing standards. I don't know if I said that correctly, but what we viewed as bringing our R1MD standards more in line with what is actually getting built on the ground
So I
in
want
the
to,
community.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
I'm done.
Well, let me paraphrase then what I heard you say, and I don't mean to be flippant about it, but we've made so many exceptions that the exceptions are now truly swallowing up the rule. The old rule, at least in practice, doesn't apply. Because we've made so many exceptions, we are now basically standardizing those exceptions because that allows more flexibility. Is that, I mean, I don't want to be giving you an unfair characterization, but that's kind of what I hear you saying. In practice, hey, you know what? We always seem to make exceptions for higher density, so that's what we're going to put into the code.
You're right. I wouldn't have described it that way, but the bottom line is that you're not incorrect. That the city's development practice and experience has been to allow smaller lots or lots smaller than the historical average, and that we've allowed development standards that are different from our standards, our traditional standards, in order to accommodate that. And that has become, in effect, a norm, and this process would codify that.
Okay. Thank you, David.
You're welcome. I have a question, Dave. In the event that tonight we don't go with the 4-foot setback and we want to make it 5, it changes all the numbers on this now, doesn't it? Because I'm looking at on page 46 again. Minimum parcel width goes from 60 feet to 50 feet. I'm assuming part of that is because we're taking 2 feet off the interior side and 2 feet off of the garage setback side, and I guess we're getting some other stuff from someplace else. If we don't do that, it changes this entire, all these numbers, right?
No, the R1MD standards currently exist, so the minimum parcel width is 50 as it stands. The only thing that would change if we go back to a 5-foot side setback is the side setback.
Okay. Any other, Jose?
And Dave, when these exceptions have been made in the past, who ultimately makes those exceptions?
Your council.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll open this to the public. Any member of the public in chambers wish to address council on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Michael Cunningham. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of myself, although I am in service to you as a planning commissioner. When this item was brought up to us, we considered everything that was presented to us by staff. My personal concern was on the 4-foot setback as opposed to the 5-foot setback, and I did some very amateurish research and took my tape measure out, measured my tote. My tote, including the lid, was 42 inches in width. Allowing for a 4-foot setback would allow an additional 6 inches to consider the gate, the hinges, and the locking mechanism to even put the tote on the side of the house. And I expressed that at the Planning Commission meeting. 3 other commissioners agreed with me, and we voted to ask the council to keep the width at 5 feet as opposed to 4 feet. Some of the slides I saw tonight, I did not see in the Planning Commission meeting, and that certainly could be because the staff wanted to do more research and to present a little fuller picture to you tonight. The dimensions that I saw on the slide were substantially different than the ones that I did at my tote in my house in Clovis. Alternatives that we were talking about at the time, if you can't get the tote on the side, where do you put it? And answers were in the garage, okay, or in front of the garage door. And neither one of those seemed to be a viable solution to me. I just wanted to offer that for the council's consideration, a little more insight as to the thought process of at least one person sitting on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any other member of the public in chambers wish to address council on this item?
Paul Pierce. My biggest curiosity and question is about the idea that instead of making the garages like 20 feet, making them 18 feet, which, you know, it's going to make it difficult to get in and out of your car. So more people are going to start parking in front of the garage door, and then they're going to be parking on the street. And then you're going to have cars, you know, neighbors fighting over who gets to park on the street. You know, there'll be fighting all over. There'll be a lot of damages. At night, people will come by and break into cars and everything else because of the loss of this extra space in the garage that they need. Trying to reduce it seems really, really poor idea. You need that space inside a garage. Otherwise, your whole street's going to be blocked up with parked cars, or they're going to be parking on their lawn. I've seen a few people that have just taken and put gravel across their lawn and just start parking their car up on their lawn because there's no space. That's my objection to that type of deal, decreasing it.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Anyone else in chambers wish to address council on this item? Seeing none, do we have anybody online?
No.
Mr. Clerk, we got no correspondence on this?
Correct.
Okay, I'll close public comments and come back to council for discussion.
Can I ask
Lynn.
a staff question? Speaking of driveways and parking, Dave, on page 48 that talks about parking, I don't think I saw in here the driveway length. Did I? No, I don't think so. Maybe I did. I don't know. But my question about the parking speaks about all required parking for the resident shall be located on the parcel which it serves. So we've had some discussion here about 5-foot driveways. Again, those I've seen as I've been wandering around. Those are hard because cars don't fit on the 5-foot driveway. So do we address driveways in here, driveway length, or no?
Driveways are addressed kind of secondhand through the front setback requirement. So there's a requirement for an 18-foot setback to the garage and a 20-foot setback to the garage door. So you do get a full parking space width.
So this would preclude somebody coming along saying, I really want a 5-foot driveway?
In the R1 MD zone, correct, but on a case-by-case basis, those short driveway configurations can be proposed through the PRD zone.
Do these kind of standards take away the council, to Mr. Flores' comment, take away the council's ability to grant different kinds of conditions of approval? I mean, I think, Joe, your point was we get to make the decision, but I guess I don't know to what extent these standards make that we don't have much discretion anymore.
These standards do become the minimum standards that apply to qualifying projects. So projects that are proposed in the R1 MD zone, this would be the minimum, and our discretion to do to require something more stringent would go away. in most cases. What we don't know yet is what kind of transition we might see from traditional use of the PRD process to more of a reliance on an R1 MD, and if it's worth it for the development community to take advantage of it. So in an R1 MD, you're approving a case-by-case project in every for every subdivision. So.
Okay, thanks.
Bob, for the, just want to follow up on Commissioner Cunningham. So our totes are always the same width, just height is the difference, correct? I've seen smaller ones, but it's not where it's smaller by width also. It's only the height that goes down?
I can't speak to what size toter Commissioner Cunningham has. I believe it when he says he has a toter of that size.
Mm-hmm.
I physically went out and measured a current full-size toter, and it's just a little bit less than 30 inches wide and a little bit less than 36 inches deep. Those are full-size standard. That was confirmed by our engineering staff. So yeah. We may have switched at some point to a little bit different configuration for a full-size toter, but that's the sizes that are referenced there are accurate for today.
Hey, Dave and council, if I may, we do have, for the regular municipal waste, we do offer the smaller toters. Those are 64-gallon. The regular toters are 96-gallon, and those are generally 3 feet in length, as what David pointed out. We will be looking at the ability to offer recycle and green waste in the smaller toters too. And those toters are probably a little less than 3 feet. They're much smaller and they're not as high. Those are probably the ones that you're thinking about.
Okay. No, I did realize that the moving from an older home to the newer home, getting issued, they were smaller than what. Mike, yours is probably an older, had it a while back, so it did seem larger, the old ones, than the current new ones that was issued to me. So, yeah.
The toter, so if 10, 15 years ago, they've all changed in their design. They're the same. They hold 96 gallons, but we go with the brand toter pretty much now. And so what you see and what we distribute is basically the size that all the new places are getting. But there are some old toters that had a different kind of configuration, still held the same amount of trash.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
I have a couple of concerns here. One of the reasons we're going for density seems that we want to make it more affordable. And a lot of times when people are going to this type of product, it's either it's their first home and it's a younger family, or it's an older person or older couple who are downsizing into a smaller home that they can take better care of. I envision an older citizen trying to wrangle a heavy toter with 6 inches of spare room to make it work. And if you have your toter straight onto the wall, you have 6 inches, but if you pull it out because you can't open the lid without it hitting the fence, you got to bring it out. You're going to have four to 5 inches of working room, which really isn't possible. And I just don't, I see this as a no-go completely for me. Any other discussion on the, at least from my perspective, on this one item where we're talking about the R1MD setback, reducing setbacks from 5 foot to 4 foot? I'm okay with the 3 foot on the interior side. I'm not thrilled with it, but I understand that we have to get more housing into smaller spaces. Vaughn?
I don't know if it was our duty as the ones who set the standards. I would have liked to hear from the industry to go, this is what the market is entailing. This is what what we're moving towards. This is the product that, the new home buyers want. They want less space. They want less this because it's what, this product type, what it'll best accommodate. And I don't hear the economic justification. And so because of that, I kind of go, well, we could have left everything the way it was and it would have fit SB 330. That's sort of where I'm at. Other than, we did exceptions, so we can just keep doing what we've done before, and it would have been okay with standards that were, I don't want to say it's higher, but it was different. And so that's, I'm trying to get there where this is market-driven. And if it's market-driven, it's great, and not just code-driven or satisfying whatever, some potential, interest out there. Is there something like that you can help me with, Dave, that just makes it so that, okay, we are working together. This is because when we reduced the trails in Loma Vista, it wasn't just because, they wanted more homes. It was hard to maintain. We moved the lights because it was more cost effective. We still allowed trails, but we also made it where it still created the pathways, and it made more sense. But for this, I don't hear that other than these are the standards, and it's good that we go with it.
I think the discussion on the economics of home building and purchasing probably do best come from the development community, and I won't try to put myself in their position. From my position as a city planner, it does occur to me that these are the standards that developers are wanting to use, because they're consistently approaching development through the PRD process to get the flexibility for varying densities, lot sizes, and development standards. If they were most comfortable with the R1MD zone and the predictability of those development standards and not having to deal with the question of amenities, one of the qualities of the PRD zone is a trade-off that the developer provides an amenity in relation to and a trade-off with the development standards. Then they can simply go through the R1MD process. In some cases, they wouldn't have to rezone their properties and go through that extra process. Over time, with the additional flexibility built into the R1MD standards, I think we probably will see some greater use of it, which will eliminate the need for rezonings, which will take somewhere in the range of 4 to 8 weeks out of the process to get to approved tentative maps. That certainly is going to be beneficial to the development community, and is something they would like to see. I don't know that that's going to be a deciding factor, but it would certainly be a contributing factor. The last, comment that I would make is I don't know that any single one of these issues is an absolute must-have for the development community. I don't think we heard those particular kinds of comments that came in. I don't think that if you leave the setback or the garage side setback is at 5 feet, that these standards then become useless and the community will walk away from it. Again, these were our recommendations as staff based on what we have seen and sort of best mix of blending traditional standards with what we've seen approved through the PRD process. So I'll leave it there and answer any final questions.
Thank you, Dave. Any other discussion, Bob?
Thank you. So I have some additional questions, but then I'll just start making some comments. So, David, I'm going to direct your attention to what we have as our page 45, and it's under the heading Standards. When you get there, just let me know. And I'm going to ask for some explanation on paragraph A, and then also paragraph E, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So under that heading standards, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Where it says R1 zone district, building setbacks and separations, that says building setbacks for properties within the A, RR, RA, R1A, R1AH, R1, R1B, and R1C zone districts shall be per the development code table 2-3. And I just want to make sure that we're saying that all of those zone districts are going to be subject to what we see there under table 2-3, where it has R1MH and R1MD. So that's, I just want to understand what we're communicating here when you have in bold those particular zone districts.
Yeah, that's a good question. The language in paragraph A there is simply meant to say that the existing setbacks in all of those zone districts will be per the development code, and nothing is changing. So what is attached on the following page is just the standard for R1MD, but there's a table like this for each of those other zone districts as well, with their own respective standards.
And did those standards change in those other zone districts?
They did not.
Okay. So when we are talking about changes for the objective standards, we are talking about and I'll just come to paragraph E. It says building setbacks for properties within the R1MD zone district shall be per the development code section table 2-3. And this is when we start looking at these higher densities, I'll call them higher densities allowances.
Correct.
Okay. And so even though it says there is a reference to table 2-3 in paragraph A, that table 2-3 is not the same table 2-3 designation for R1MD. They have their own, it says A presumably in front of it, and then it has its own list of standards.
Table 2-3 is the development standards table for all of the residential zone districts.
Okay.
So there's a separate component for each respective zone.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll just make some comments then. Directing council's attention to page 45, once again, under the heading Objective Residential Design Standards towards the bottom half of that page, it says consistent with existing state law 65589-5. I presume this is the SB 330. Is that correct?
I believe that's
okay.
The reference, yes.
Objective standards are those that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official and are uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark. So our staff has been put in the position of trying to figure out how it is that there can be some uniformity which will allow for efficiencies so that those who wish to develop in the city of Clovis can, not have to worry about whether it's a staff member or a council or a planning commission coming in and saying, well, all right, we might change this on you in some fashion. And then what staff has done is they've really taken a look at what it is that we've done in the city of Clovis over, the last few years, presumably, and they've realized that we have made some exceptions to what were our objective standards, and those were exceptions based on really subjective means, because they would come in front of us and they would say, well, we think that there should be an exception, and this is the reason why. And so we're putting our subjective standards in place at that point. They're not objective standards. I guess for me, my comments are going to be that even though SB 330 is what has prompted the objective standards review that we've gone through, I think it's, I don't want us to go into this saying, oh, there goes the state of California again, forcing us to do something else, which is going to be creating higher density within the city of Clovis. Because it's something that we've done ourselves as a council, that we have made these exceptions. And so we do that for reasons that we believe are of value to our community. And really what has become subjective is now the objective because we've made so many exceptions. So I want to be really careful that we don't try to frame this in a let's blame Sacramento type of scenario. I want to make sure that we say, no, we have fully embraced the idea that we want higher density within the city of Clovis. And frankly, I'll say this because I think Sean is in the audience. I can't tell everybody who's in the audience because of masks that are being worn. But the landscape of choice was really a document that caused us a long time ago to encourage higher density within the city of Clovis because we wanted to preserve agricultural land. Now, it's possible that we may say, well, we've gone too far down that road because we want garages to be able to fit 2 pickup trucks, and they keep getting smaller so they can't. Or we want our setbacks on the side yard to be able to fit toters and barbecues and half-built sheds in the side. So I think that, obviously our ideas have consequences, and our ideas, as they have come to full flourish, have had the consequence of us creating a community that is higher density than it used to be. And you know what? I think that is a good thing to an extent. So tonight's discussion, I think, needs to be framed in the form of, have we gone too far in choosing to go with higher density in the city of Clovis? Because if you believe that we have gone too far with the push to have higher density in the city of Clovis, now would be the time when we would say, we're not going to go that far. We're just going to stick with what our objective standards are already for R1MD and not make the changes that have been recommended by staff. So those are my comments. I'm for higher density, but I'm not for higher density this far. And so my thoughts are that we don't adopt R1MD, but if you choose to go in that, these recommendations for the changes to R1MD, but if we choose to go in that direction, just know when an exception comes up, we probably ought not to grant that exception, and because then we may have some issues with SB 330. So those are my comments and my views. Thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Any other comments? Jose?
My comments are, there's been a lot of things that's happened in the last 20 years that have guided us and why we've made exceptions. And Sacramento has played a large role in that. So I still blame Sacramento, and I'll continue to blame Sacramento. But it is smart to have greater density in cities and make sure that we preserve our great agricultural land. So we did it for some good reasons and for some bad reasons. And exceptions were made. I think we balanced things. I think that's why we have a council. And so now it seems like it's time to memorialize this, to make sure that it's something that not only the developers but staff can count on, that when making decisions, do they really need the council to tell them what to do when they know from experience what the council has already agreed to in the past? And so I think it's good that they bring this to us today. Have we gone far enough? Maybe we've just reached the point where we need to make some other decisions. For instance, do we need toters this big? Why aren't we asking that question? Do we need garbage trucks that big? You know, in certain communities, certain neighborhoods, do we need fire trucks that big? You know, I think it's a different paradigm that we're in one paradigm where we're still in this mini mansion paradigm when everything is telling us that we should reduce the size of everything, yet we haven't reduced the size of the ancillary tools we need to support that. And so I don't think it's that as our homes get smaller, what amenities have gotten smaller? And I would argue none. And because we still serve them with the same huge behemoths that we have when I was 5 years old. And so we need to start thinking of the other things that a community of higher density needs to support what we're trying to build here. So have we gone far enough? I don't know if we haven't done the other things.
Thank you, Jose. Lynn?
I think that there's an opportunity to have the conversation that Mr. Flores said, because in my mind, earlier, Bob, you said, we've just taken the practice and now made it the rule. We did those exceptions and said, we're going to come back and see what they look like. We're going to imagine, we're going to see, we're going to check it out. I don't know that we've done at least you haven't, I'm not participating, let me say that, in kind of a thoughtful, what is that like? Let's talk to the builders that are building this, the people that are buying them. And I'm just not sure. So we've now said, we're going to try these case by case, but this now makes it the rule. So in my mind, I'm struggling with can you have objectivity and flexibility in the same sentence? I'm not sure, unless you had a range. Unless you made every one of these things an R1MD, 10 to 15 living poor. I mean, unless you gave them a range, but that doesn't, giving me a smaller lot, does that give me more flexibility to do what? So I'm not sure. I feel like this would have been an opportunity to have a workshop maybe with the planning commission or the building to understand. I think this is making into a standard that we haven't really thought through what are the implications, to Bob's point, and I think to Joe's point. What else is there? What are the unintended consequences of doing this? Are our toters too big? Probably. Do I want a 42-inch toter and a 40-inch side yard? No. I might be one of those seniors Drew was talking about. Am I? Maybe. But I mean, I think we need to think this through a little bit, and making it this, we don't go all the way in our development code, only for R1MD. I'm a little lost on how we started here as opposed to a more thoughtful, broader conversation. So I mean, I would be in favor of just tabling this and maybe doing some more research and having a conversation with the planning commission and just thinking through what it is we're trying to create, as opposed to just memorializing, well, we've done it this way, we'll just keep going. I'm not sure that's the right way to get to where we're trying to go. That'd be my 2 cents.
Thank you, Lynn. Vaughn?
So Dave, this is not holding any applications, anything up, correct? This is a process in which we'll potentially make it more clear for future applications should they produce this product. Right?
That's accurate.
Okay.
That's accurate.
So I too believe, I mean, my biggest concerns earlier were safety, because if we can be assured that we can still provide services safely, I'm all for that. I tend to believe, and this is just my thought, but I prefer hard data, that the buyer and the builder believe this is better, because I don't think we've heard that this product that we have been approving is sitting vacant. There are so many vacant homes on this type of home, this type of product out there. And so there must be something that we are moving in the right way. My last point is, how do we also incorporate in there some more mechanisms and or ways to show that we are improving the affordability with the higher density? Okay, and so I think that if that is all there, for example, you know, a smaller garage means the home is cheaper, you know, and that helps affordability, and you know, a smaller gate and all this, it does make a home more affordable. And we as Clovis are moving to create a product that your starter home buyer can actually, and I like that sort of justification and or analysis. And so that's why I agree that we can table this, come back, have a deeper discussion, and see if this is a product or a way to build something in which we can satisfy SB 330 in a way that makes it above and beyond what we're just doing. And so that way it can be something which we are also comfortable with moving, where this product or this one is where we can go further, or really have the discussion where, no, it's not. We aren't there yet. We're not going to go that far, because I just don't see enough justification, because there can be enough argument going back and forth on some of these items. And the other thing is, I do want to see how many exceptions we have given. The implication seems like we've been giving so many exceptions, but I don't recall too many. And so maybe more were built at the 5 foot, and it's only those 2 or 3 applications at the 4 foot, and how do we take care of those 2 or 3? Or was it, yes, it was 20, you just don't remember. You know, every application coming before you was an exception, and this is why we are changing it. And that sort of hard analysis on our end, call us on it too. Hey, you've been given an exception on every single time we come before you. And so that it helps us own up to what we've been deciding as well, or what we have been leading you towards in a policy. So.
Thank you, Vaughn. I understand that we have to come up with objective standards so that we don't get attacked either by the state or through a lawsuit from a development community, that we are coming up with purposeful roadblocks to stop people from building, or we come up with one standard one day and then a capricious standard the next. Totally understand. What I'm concerned about is the unanticipated consequences here. If we create setbacks that are so small that people leave their toters out in front and can't park their cars the way they want inside the garage, and they're going to be either out on the driveway or out on the street, then we're going to have we're already cutting back some of the roadway width, so we're going to have cars parked on both sides of the street. It could snowball. You could, for the want of a nail, the battle is lost. I'm in favor of tabling this and looking at the larger discussion about what exceptions have we made and what shouldn't we do in the future, but I'm not sure I'm not real comfortable with this.
So I'll make a motion, if I may, just to table this item until a date uncertain, or whatever language you would like. First, do you want to comment on my motion?
If I may.
You may.
So an observation from staff, and it certainly doesn't bind the council, obviously it doesn't bind the council. You asked earlier if we were, there was a sense of urgency to have these standards in place. And I think the answer still is no. Do I think it's best practice for us to have objective standards in place tomorrow? Yeah, I do. There is plenty of zoning out there in the city which allows, not necessarily just in the R1 MD, but in the R1 and various variations of it, where developers can come in and pull subdivision maps. And what we have today for objective standards is not as complete as what is recommended. Things like, the aesthetics of homes and screening HVACs and the colors on the house and so forth. If those things are important to us, then I would encourage the council to consider adopting the objective standards this evening without incorporating any of the revisions to the R1MD that are proposed, and just rely on the existing, R1MD. And to table the code amendment in its entirety, and that would allow us then to bring back at any point, or not to bring back at your direction, a future code amendment to consider changes to the hard standards in that zone or any other. That kind of gives us the best of both worlds, where We do have standards that are applicable, when somebody wants to come in, but we haven't, changed the code to lower the standards, in that R1 MD zone. So that's my suggestion if you'd like to consider it.
The only reason that doesn't track with me is this is only about, the way I read this, it's only about our, whatever that is, R1MD. So I guess I don't know what are the rest of the objective standards or just our current development code. We're not tracking. I think we've got two things happening here. We have all those other zone districts, but the only one we're talking tonight about changing is this one. So this is all I'm saying is let's just not do this one. That's all we have in front of us is R1MD as I read this, because we haven't studied those standards on all those other R1A, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the only zone where there are changes to the code are in the R1MD. But there are standards that talk about the general design of subdivision maps, the general aesthetic requirements for homes.
But we're not doing anything with those. Those are already in place, right?
Those are not in objective standards at this point because
they're not in here either.
They are in here, but they're not in the code. So they don't exist as objective standards because they haven't been adopted as such.
So I hear you, and I'm still going to make a motion because I don't see all the other things in here, I guess. I'm just not reading it that way. So I'll still make the motion.
Can I ask a clarification question first? Going to page 46, you have a graph with R1MH, R1MD. Is what you're saying is that you would like us to vote on the R1MH objective standards, and then we reshuffle the deck later? Is that what your recommendation was?
If the council is concerned about the lowered standards in the R1MD, that's kind of the focus of what I'm hearing. In your direction, you could strike all of the recommended changes in the R1MD zone, leave the current zone in place, and then proceed with the adoption of objective standards. That way, all of the setbacks in all of the zones remain the same as they are today. And what you get with your objective standards is all of the other features that talk about architectural review and design and subdivision design and so forth.
Dave, let me ask you this: is the existing R1MD, is that in there? Because what I'm looking at is R1MH in comparison to R1MD on page 46. What standards are you talking about that you think we should vote on tonight to make objective standards?
Mayor, if I can, I was confused earlier. This is how I understood it. Don't even look at the R1MH. So it's not even here today. It's just anything that is crossed out on the R1MD is what staff is asking us to consider this evening, and that's it.
Okay.
And so, I think Dave is proposing that don't take any of the changes, just adopt it as a standard, as in other words, all the ones with the crosses out of it. So that way we have an objective standard, and then we can go back again and change it at a later date. That's what I'm understanding. You're saying just so that we do have an objective standard, and it has everything that we have been doing already anyway in place.
Actually, this makes
You
sense.
came tonight with
Anything that's
changes potentially, but it seems like we still have thoughts, and so we can still adopt it with just the way it is, without any of those cross-outs, and make it an objective standard. So that way we are sort of there legally.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not that smart. I don't get that. I think I feel like two conversations. I hear what you're saying. Take it out, go back the way it was, call it good. I think that's just for R1MD. I don't read this as the objective standard for every zone district, every residential zone district in the city of Clovis. I do not get that. I think this is just, I'm sure I'm wrong, but I only read this as for R1MD. So I won't walk out tonight and go, that's so great, we have objective standards for every zone district, because I don't read it that way at all.
And I'll second that, because show me in the report where you're talking about all the other zone districts Give me a page so I can read it.
Dave, just for clarification,
I don't understand.
if this is for R1MD, all we would do is anything that was struck, like we struck on front, it's 10 feet, not 15. We would revert to the 15. Anything that is struck here, and this only applies to the R1MD. No other areas, the objective standards for the other areas remain the same. This just changes this. Is that correct? That's why I'm clarifying.
I'd like to just be obnoxious here. I'd like to make a motion that we table this because it's 8 o'clock and we still have a 2-hour item ahead of us and all these people are sitting here, so I will just take a shot. I'd like to make a motion that we table this for a short period of time, a week or whatever we can bring it back, and see if we can get the language cleared up so that we're understanding what we're voting on here. Maybe my motion won't get a second, but maybe we can move this along. So that's my motion, just to table this, get some clarity and bring it back.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Question.
Aye. Bob, did you, I didn't hear.
I'm going to be a no. I think we're really close to getting this done. I just didn't have an opportunity to get a question in yet. But the motion to table is not debatable, so we just have to vote on it. And I don't know if it passed or not.
It did.
Okay.
You were an aye. Well, I guess I need to do a voice. I was an aye.
I'm an aye.
I'm an aye. So it passes.
Yeah, that's true. I'm a no.
I can count.
Okay.
Sorry.
So it's a week or two? Did I hear that right?
A week or two.
Okay. So it's probably going to be 2 because we're not meeting next week, I think.
You're ahead of the curve here, Bob. Okay. So we're moving past. We're to administrative items. These are matters on the regular city council agenda other than public hearings. Item 5, consider items associated with 1,050 acres of property located north of Shepherd Avenue, generally between Sunnyside and North Carson Avenue, Big Dry Creek Dam. A, consider approval of a resolution, a request by the city, authorizing the city manager to execute a consultant agreement between the city of Clovis and De Novo Planning Group for preparation of an environmental impact report, EIR, and related services. B, consider approval of a resolution, a request allowing for the preparation and submittal of an application to the Fresno County Local Agency Formation Commission to amend the City of Clovis sphere of influence to include plus or minus 1,050 acres. Ricky Caperton is our presenter. Rick.
You know, I'm sorry for interrupting, but my old parliamentary procedure is really starting to kick in. So on a motion to table, and I don't know if, Scott, you want to help me out on this, but on a motion to table, the only way it can be taken up off of the table is for a motion to take it up from the table. And you can only do that during the same meeting. And there have been some occasions in which it is all considered one session. Our term, 2 years, is all just one big session. I don't think that's an unreasonable interpretation. But 2 weeks from now, we're going to be in a whole new crew of council. I'm hoping that, frankly, it's the same 5 of us. But even if it's the same 5 of us, we're kind of in a whole new term for the Clovis City Council. So I just want to make sure that we don't get stuck somewhere just for a parliamentary error, and that I think your motion, instead of being a motion to table, is going to be to continue it for 2 weeks or whatever you think it is. So I would ask that our council, I wasn't on a prevailing side, so I can't move to reconsider, but I would ask for us to have those who was on the prevailing side to reconsider the motion and then change it from a table to a continue to a definite time, 2 weeks or whatever.
Mr. City Attorney, do you concur with that?
Yeah, I guess that provides further clarification. I think the parliamentary rules or guides, basically, I think staff understood what the motion was, but if you want to further clarify it and provide a date certain, we could certainly do that.
So I need a motion to reconsider?
Technically,
Okay,
one of the 3, yes.
I'll make a motion to reconsider.
And I'll second.
Okay.
All in favor of the reconsideration, of the, item 4, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And that's unanimous.
Okay, and now I'll make a motion to continue, sorry. So I'm a little distracted, Bob. To continue the item to the March 15th meeting, is that
I think
reasonable?
that's planning to be the next meeting,
Okay.
correct? No, the reorganization, I think, we'll get to that later, but I think that's intended to be the 22nd.
22nd. So I'll make a motion to continue that item to the March 15th meeting.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ron, you're a no? You're a no, okay.
Still 3-2.
3-2. Very good. Okay. And Ricky, you're up.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Already? So, the property in question tonight, I think you're all familiar with. It's, we have now named the Shepherd North Sphere of Influence Amendment, and it's within this, roughly within this red boundary that you see, which is approximately 1,050 acres in total. So I wanted to spend a minute or so on the introduction, and really just kind of give you a quick background as to why we're here tonight. The request, at least through staff's perspective, is really that it's more procedural than substantive. Prior council direction, and this item has been in front of you in one form or another at least 3 times. I believe this is the 4th. And from that prior direction, it's really, in some capacity or another, to always kind of inch along and move forward as we consider this sphere amendment. So tonight, really, the presentation focuses really just on those 2 requests of being able to enter an agreement to be able to start the EIR to look at some of the questions or a lot of the questions that we've had and to do those technical studies, as well as to submit the application to LAFCO. If approved, staff can immediately begin working with the EIR consultant to obtain those details and answers that have really all been asked over the last several years that this project has been around. So again, the 2 requests before you tonight are to authorize the city manager to execute a consultant agreement between the city and De Novo Planning Group, or De Novo for short, which would be the consultant firm preparing the environmental impact report, as well as to authorize staff to prepare and submit an application to Fresno County LAFCO to really begin the process of the municipal services review. I'll talk about it in a later slide, but we know that the application to LAFCO is going to be incomplete until, 1, the EIR is certified, when it comes back to you, if we're able to move forward. But really, the sole purpose of it is to be able to run and begin the MSR, the Municipal Services Review, concurrently to help kind of streamline the process a little bit and save some time there. So a lot of the background and history is included in your staff report. So I really just wanted to focus on an update, if you will, since the last time I was here at council back in September. If you recall back then, the direction was to proceed forward with some additional acreage that essentially squared off the boundary at Beheimer, and also to hold a neighborhood meeting with property owners within the sphere of influence area within an 800-foot radius, and then all of the Dry Creek Preserve. Following that direction, we wrapped up or concluded with the consultant interviews and selected De Novo. And then, more importantly, we held the neighborhood meeting back in November. Based on the boundaries that we were directed to reach out to, it was approximately 1,290 mailers that went out to invite participants for that neighborhood meeting. So again, the property owners that were notified were the ones within the sphere of influence amendment boundary within 800-foot radius, as well as the Dry Creek Preserve area. The meeting was held on November 17th at the Senior Center. We had approximately 10 property owners that attended in person, as well as about 30 virtual participants at any given time, in addition to staff and applicants' team. Questions related primarily to water availability, continued use of property, timing of any projects out there, and actual construction, annexation, and use of wells and septic. We answered the questions as best as we could, with the best available information we had. Following that, we also, recognize that, this project's been pretty important and a rather large one for the city. So we actually created a city website that was really dedicated to serving as a conduit for information. If you haven't visited the site yet, the website, it has an area where property owners can submit comments whenever they'd like. They come directly to me. It will have updated timeline and past council reports that somebody can kind of go to one centralized location for up-to-date information. So starting off with the consultant agreement, again, through the interviews that we held last September, we selected de novo. They demonstrated the highest ability and expertise to be able to prepare an EIR of this magnitude. The EIR will include technical studies for traffic, which will include VMT and level of service, noise, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, biological resources, and cultural resources. Other studies will include a water and sewer capacity study. As part of that, the EIR is anticipated to take somewhere between 12 and 16 months to complete once initiated. So the total cost of the EIR itself is $448,000, or a little more than $448,000. When we have EIRs, we impose a cost of 15% of whatever the cost of the EIR is, and that's for staff's time to administer it, kind of manage the consultant. So really the grand total of the EIR, in addition to whatever entitlements the applicant would have to cover, would be a little bit more than $516,000. In addition to water and sewer studies, which would be about another additional $40,000. So we're looking at a grand total for this EIR effort altogether at $556,268 and a penny. So on the next slide, I'll talk a little bit more about the cost sharing, but based on what we came up with and have discussed with the applicant is that Wilson Premier Homes would cover the lion's share of that. As you can see there, they have about $435,000, and then the City of Clovis would cover $89,000, a little more than $89,000. And then another property owner, Harlan Land Company, would cover about $31,000 as a cost share. So really the reason for the cost share is if you look at this total area of 1,050 acres, the primary applicant, Wilson, owns roughly about 300 acres, which you can kind of see there highlighted in yellow. And if you take that compared to the overall acreage, it's really less than a third. And then you have Harlan Land Co., who has about 62 acres there. So we went over the numbers and kind of thought, what would be fair, what are the benefits, and the numbers that you saw on the previous slide really kind of captured an effort of working with the applicant of what we thought to be fair as a cost sharing for the EIR. So as it relates to the LAFCO application, again, staff is requesting approval to prepare and submit an application. And again, this is really for the sole purpose, at least at this point, is so that the municipal services review, that study where LAFCO looks at our ability to potentially serve the area in terms of water, sewer, and public safety, that can run concurrently. If we're not able to do that, what ends up happening is the EIR has to go first, and then it would be more of a linear fashion. So we're saving about, I don't know, anywhere from 6 to 12 months by allowing that MSR to begin concurrently with the EIR. And I do want to state again, because I think it's important, is the LAFCO application, if we're able to move forward with that, it's not going to be deemed a complete application until the EIR is done. So again, the sole purpose is just so we can start the MSR and kind of streamline a little bit there in doing the reviews. So some of the next steps that would occur if we move forward tonight is to execute a consultant agreement first and foremost, and then the applicant would submit for entitlements, and then staff would begin the preparation of the LAFCO application. And as part of that, it would also allow us to begin discussions with the county for an amendment to the MOU for that area, the Memorandum of Understanding. And then, of course, preparation of EIR will kick off, hopefully, not in the too distant future, if we're able to move forward. I also want to highlight, because I think it's important, is there will be several opportunities for public input throughout the project, and I just kind of highlighted a couple of examples. Kind of from the onset, there's going to be an EIR scoping meeting, which will be a public meeting. We'll have to come back eventually to certify the EIR, which will be, before the council, as well as any kind of MOU that we work out with the county. That will have to come back for council for approval. So there's going to be several, points along the way for public input. Not to mention, we set up that website so that we can continually work with property owners and address their concerns or questions. So with that, again, staff recommends that the City Council approve the resolutions before you this evening to authorize the city manager to execute the consultant agreement between the city and De Novo to begin the preparation of the EIR, as well as for staff to prepare and submit an application for LAFCO. That concludes my presentation and available for questions.
Thank you, Ricky. Bob?
Thank you, Mayor. Ricky, thanks for the presentation, and I appreciate your focus on explaining why it is that we were kind of have on the agenda both the sphere of influence expansion request in front of LAFCO and at the same time the EIR, because to me it didn't make sense. It makes a little more sense now, but I'm still having some issues with it, so I want to kind of talk it through with you. My primary concern is whether there is going to be enough infrastructure, water, sewer, and whatever else, to support both the full growth of Heritage Grove as part of our sphere, and what are we calling it? What'd you call this place? The
Shepherd North.
The Shepherd North.
Sphere of influence.
Sphere. All right. I don't know if that's going to last, but that's what we'll call it tonight. And so for me to, and let me just kind of back up. If you'll recall at the last meeting when this issue came up, I was a no vote on the concept of pushing for the sphere of influence. So take what I say with a grain of salt, or at least the understanding that I was a no vote on that. But I want to make sure that we make a well-informed decision, and the EIR and the MSR I can see providing assistance in making a well-informed decision. But if the only way we can get the MSR is to push forward with the sphere of influence, haven't we to a certain degree let the horse out of the barn on making the request for LAFCO, or in front of LAFCO for the expansion of the sphere, before we fully understand what the consequences are going to be for the additional infrastructure if necessary for Heritage Grove and the Shepherd North area?
Yes, and that's a good point, and I think in a lot of respects that is accurate. I mean, once we get an application in with LAFCO, in your words, you say let the horse out of the barn, but it is a crucial step. It's kind of a catch-22 because we want to get all the proper answers, and part of that is through the MSR, except the MSR doesn't begin until you have a LAFCO application, so that's just sort of the nature of that, of how that process works. But again, in order to have a complete application, there's other, aspects of the application we need to complete. We have to get the EIR certified, which would be, from council, and then we'd have to work on an MOU with the county, which would also have to be, approved by the council once we have that worked out. And I think, one of the things here too is, again, we're really at this point just talking about a sphere change. So even if the sphere changes, there's still an annexation, and other entitlements, a general plan amendment, future track maps that would all have to come before council in some form or another. So even though it might look like we're sort of, letting the horse out of the barn with this LAFCO application, there's going to be other junctures where we can kind of do some checks and balances, if you will, on the decision to move forward, or at least council's desire to move forward.
Okay, and then, I don't know, Mike, you're still here, okay. Mike, can I have you come up to the podium, please? Because, Ricky may be capable of answering this question, but I think I'd rather hear it from the city engineer. Can you give your assessment on whether there's going to be enough infrastructure to support both the full development of Heritage Grove and Shepherd North with our current infrastructure?
I would not be comfortable saying categorically yes at this point. I think part of this this exercise is to find out some of those answers. For the sewer and water master plans, portions of the area, the part that's in the general plan that has the colors on the map, that have land uses assigned, we did plan for those, and it's that area to the eastern half of the area that we're studying. So I think I can say that for sewer and water, we have planned for that and we're ready to serve that.
In addition to Heritage Grove.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And when I'm referring to Heritage Grove, I'm talking about all the way out to Copper. Are you also talking about all the way out to Copper? Because I had some concerns about north of the canal there for water services.
Yes, well, we have a firm water supply that we've entered into a contract with the Fresno Irrigation District, and I can't say that I'm an expert on that. That was handled through our Public Utilities Department, and Scott is here if he cares to add some to that. But we do have enough water supply in that contract to serve the majority of the city overall. There will come a time, I believe, where towards the end of the development of the plan, that we may have to go after additional water. And we may find in studying this that we may need to quantify that.
Okay. All right. Scott, did you want to add anything else?
No, I think Mike did a really good job on explaining that. As far as the water supply north of the Enterprise Canal in the Heritage Grove area, there is, the conveyance agreement is written that the firm water supply is not necessarily to supplant the water that the Garfield Water District should be bringing to the table. There's complications with that because their water doesn't necessarily run with the land as with FID, but there is an expectation that that portion we would develop an agreement with Garfield or what have you to bring that additional water supply in. In fact, we count on that in the urban water management plan. In the long-term general plan future, and if we add additional additional areas, at some point in the future, and it also depends on conservation, water conservation, what goes in with, but there could be a good probability that we would have to find additional water supply like we did with the firm water supply agreement. But that firm water supply agreement will serve, should take us out 20, 30, 35, 40 years, along with our recharge basins and just our allocation to the FID water. So we are set up really good right now. It really depends on water conservation and how much additional area we take in. Plus, if that land brings in a water supply with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I guess I don't have any further questions. I just got some comments, and I'll wait until after.
What about sewer capacity? Do you envision that this is, if water, we're not positive on water, but I think we're hopeful, I guess, would be reasonable term. What about sewer capacity?
So we're in the process right now of modeling the sewer growth throughout the city for the purpose of identifying when we need to build certain pieces of infrastructure as we go, so that we can properly plan for it. And the concern is that we don't have any bonding capacity right now. So we are looking at implementing some strategies to prolong the life of the sewer that we have, so that we can get to the end of some of those debt payments that we have before we have to build the next plant expansion, for example. Right now, the Heritage Grove area is served on an interim basis to the Herndon sewer system, and so this area would as well serve to that same system. So any new units that come into this area would compete for that capacity.
So if I'm hearing what you're saying, it could be problematic if we don't build additional treatment plants and things like that.
Well, for the area that we're adding, we haven't considered what those units would bring. I think it's relatively small compared to the capacity that we have in the system. We've already planned for the area that's got the colors on the map. But all of this in the interim condition is serving to the Herndon trunk, and that's the area that's got to sustain us for the next 15 to 20 years before we can incur more debt. So,
okay, thank you. Lynn?
Just, Mike, you used the word compete. Can you define that word in that sentence about this new area would have to compete with the Northwest? Can you just talk about that?
So this you were using, it's probably at least 15 years out. But as I said, we're in the process of trying to define that exactly and see where we're at so we can plan for those expenses.
I think I'm interested in when we did the Northwest planning, that's now become Heritage Grove in large measure, there was the new master plan for sewer and water. I just don't want to, I want to make sure we're not subtracting from that horse is out of the barn too, to stay with the horse out of the barn concept. So, I mean, I just want to make sure that I'm a proponent of Plan Big. Cast a big net makes a ton of sense to me. And I know that the folks are not going to build tomorrow. We're not talking bulldozers out there tomorrow building new subdivisions. But I just want to make sure that that we're not kind of taking away from plans that we have to the Northwest, sort of at the expense of this bigger plan. Does that make sense? Like that we've thought about it. Right, and I get that the EIR is going to tell us what that capacity needs to be. I understand that part, but I just want to make sure that if we talk so much about sewer and water in the Northwest, and I don't want to divert too much of that capacity away from the Northwest does that make sense? You use the word competed, that word made me nervous.
Well, what I meant to say, I guess it's using the same interim capacity that's there before we have to build the major infrastructure.
And could you just answer again, do we have enough to do the full build out of Heritage Grove and this Sphere addition?
Well, in rough numbers, there's currently about 5,000 units that can be developed in the Herndon service area before we run into the capacity ceiling.
And the unit count in Heritage Grove is what?
The unit count in Heritage Grove, do we have that answer, Scott?
It's about 15,000.
I think there was about
15,000?
15,000 in all of Heritage Grove.
At the full build out.
Yeah.
The area in the triangle below the dam, that's we can serve approximately 1,700 units there and not affect the Herndon flow, the Herndon system. So that can be temporarily, permanently put into a different, the Fowler trunk line ultimately. So we're trying to look at different ways to accommodate capacity. There's also an interim project that can be done that it would allow us to divert flow from the Herndon and allow probably another 2,000 or so units to be developed. So we figure that we could probably get 7,000 to 7,500 units of land to be able to be developed through a couple of measures, plus the 1,700 units in the triangle area before the pump station. At a certain point, that pump station will need to be built, and if that pump station is built, that's going to trigger the plant needing to be expanded.
Vaughn?
Ricky, just with the RFP, then De Novo was the lowest responsible bidder, and we decided that, or was it the applicant, since they were the higher person, the one paying more, decided that?
So yeah, with this project, we went out with a competitive bid. We posted on a site called Planet Bids. It opens up to, consultants, all over California really that, are subscribed to Planet Bids. And we got, I believe it was 8 proposals, and then we invited, if I recall, 4 of them to come in and interview, and we found them to be the most qualified. I don't know that they were the cheapest option or the least expensive, but they were the most qualified, and for this magnitude of work we're looking for, we were in some ways favoring qualification more than just going for the automatic, cheapest bid, if you will.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then, Scott and Mike, back to the number of units. How is that determined? Is it, there's a max capacity of the 5,000, right, where we need to then move to a higher system?
If I understand what it's just the amount of effluent coming out of a home that we related to a certain amount of.
Yeah.
This is what this unit produces. A unit produces this much, and this is how much more that we can take in and process.
And so internally, how do we determine when that goes, so for example, we'll just say it. There are 2 competing areas. And so is it whoever submits first? And then, there it is. They hit that magic number. So this side or that side, we can't take the applications because now we got to build. How does all that get determined? And what is our methodology for that? So there's not a determination on that. It has been, as it's being built, they get into the system. I don't want to say first come, first serve, but in a sense, it is using a finite resource at that point. Like Mike said, we are trying to push the resource out, and even looking at the units, if they came in at that kind of predicted levels, we would be looking at 2035-ish for the plant to be built. So we're looking at sometime in the future for the limitation, of course, to get hit. And it really is, both areas would be using the Herndon outflow. So it's if we are able to create 7,500 units, that's what you would have to work with. Okay. The area that we approved, I want to say a year ago, that's across 168, does it also flow into the same infrastructure? If it did, will it be using the Herndon in Harlan Ranch, or will it go someplace else? If it did, will it be connecting to the area across 160?
So the north.
Right, there's that northeast, right, that we approved.
Okay, so the northeast annexation. Okay, that introduces more complexity into the system, but that area does not go to the Herndon. It goes to. So as that develops, we are going to temporarily move that to the Fowler trunk line, because we have enough capacity at the regional treatment plant. It's not our ability to process at the Fresno Regional Treatment Plant, it's the ability to get it there and how we get it there. So the Northeast and Loma Vista can continue to develop. They won't be limited by any of what we're talking about. But they will also contribute to when that new plant needs to be built in 2035-ish.
So if the Northeast we're going to build, we would not make them go underneath the freeway to connect to this one. We would make them go south or to.
Ultimately, it all goes to the Wolf. It goes from this area. It goes all the way to Shepherd and Willow. And then it goes all the way back down Shepherd to DeWolf, all the way down to our plant expansions. And then what we can't process goes out to Fowler.
So the Northeast potentially can come in and take precedence if they had the financing and the ability and all that to take the number of units that we can take in front of this and in front of Heritage Grove? Is that what I'm understanding? If they have the capacity?
They won't take the capacity out of the Herndon line. They will add to what we're sending down Fowler already.
Okay.
They will cause, and we expect over the next 15 years, say, if they developed as, and these are all just, you know, don't take it to the bank. If they develop 2,500 units, yes, they would need to either circuitously get it to the Fowler line, which is what we would do with that triangular area, or we'd actually have to, at a certain point, I believe 5 to 7 years, is install the DeWolf line,
Okay.
which is the major hub that takes it to the plant expansion or the future plant expansion.
Okay.
But they're all ultimately going to be going to the same place.
And if and when it reaches capacity where we need to build, that next person in line is not having to pay more than their fair share of those who have come in when they didn't have to, we didn't have to build.
The way
right?
that they've set the system up for development impact fees is
Yeah.
there's so many units, it's spread out over the total cost of the system. Everybody pays their fair share.
They may just have to wait because we didn't have the capacity to build yet, potentially, that's it.
Capacity by financing.
Yeah, financing, That is the one detriment by falling behind in line.
And there's 3 phases to the current treatment plant. We've built the first phase. The second one would be 2035, and somewhere down 15 years out of that would be the third phase.
Okay. And then the MSR, will it study just this area, or will it study citywide? So that way, these questions we are having now will also be analyzed.
It focuses on the study area, but it does take into account other areas in the city as well, because it looks at it as a whole. And, and really what LAFCO is trying to determine is to make sure before, you know, they move any potential, you know, sphere boundaries, that we have adequate capacity, you know, in the future to be able to serve it sufficiently.
Okay. And that MSR really can't be studied until a master plan is developed, correct? So that way they kind of know what it's studying and what it's reading, or is this it?
Yeah, yeah, they'll look at the area and they'll look at land uses too, as well as part of it. So, you know, if this moves forward, ideally the next step will be to get the contract with the EIR, but also to have the applicant submit entitlements for that area, which it could be a GPA or whatever. We haven't gone that far down the road yet, but that will be part of what's looked at in the MSR as a whole.
And the questions we've been asking, it can best be answered moving forward, in other words, not just sitting around discussing it, looking at our current studies, but this will help answer the questions that we've been asking
actually
tonight.
need to do the study to add that area in to confirm what we're telling you tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
We're on the hook for $90,000 on this study, and that's partially because we increased the size of the sphere all the way to Beeheimer. Would that be accurate?
I think that's a small component of went into the reason for the cost share, but you know, also looking at this map up here, you have about 410 acres out of the 1,000 that are in a planned area from our general plan. So this is actually what we call Focus Area 13, but it's actually part of the Northeast Urban Center, and it's kind of bifurcated from the other part where we may traditionally think is the Northeast area, which is, you know, further east. But this is actually part of the Northeast Urban Center, at least those 400 acres or so are. So in some ways, it's you know, we've like we said, we've planned for some of this, and allowing the sphere to move forward will bring in those at least the 400 acres and some more, obviously, for what we've already anticipated, you know, as future growth.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff?
I just have one more. You know, the map that we had has different colors than that. Does it matter? There's more orange in the one that we have on page 85, and I don't know if I saw that one. That's why. Does it?
Oh, are you looking at this one?
No. No, do you guys see it? Page 85. It doesn't look like the one he had, and so
I think the map that's up on the screen is the general plan, and I think that might be the proposed that
this is the proposed
applicant's proposing.
Okay, got it.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that's a different map. That's from the applicant of what potentially could go out there, so,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, got it.
Mayor, I had one more question unless you were gonna.
No, go ahead, Bob.
Okay. Mike, while you're still up there, I know that we've been asking you questions related to would there be enough for Heritage Grove and the North Shepherd, area. So just to kind of put a clarifying point on it, do you have any, misgivings about whether we have enough infrastructure to support Heritage Grove without this Shepherd North area? Do we have enough infrastructure to support Heritage Grove all the way to Copper?
I think it's a matter of timing. I don't have any misgivings in the ultimate condition that we can serve both of these areas. I reserve some of that judgment for what we find out about the additional area that was added and whether that tips the balance, so to speak, for sewer and especially water capacity. But it's a matter of timing. The game that we're in right now is that we have to be able to serve these areas for a fairly extended period of time so that we can get out from under debt and build the next piece of infrastructure to support continuing.
Well, I guess just to make sure I understand it, when we expanded our sphere of influence to include all of Heritage Grove, there was that was an EIR was a component of that, and then an MSR was also a component of that. And the EIR and the MSR, I'm just presuming, agreed that we in the city of Clovis would have enough infrastructure in place for Heritage Grove to go all the way to Copper. And so, to me, I'm surprised that you're hedging a little bit on that, or maybe I'm misunderstanding you. I'm not so sure that you are hedging or that you're not hedging.
So there's a square mile that we've added to the program, and that's the only part that I'm hesitating on.
The square mile that is within the Heritage Grove?
That is within the area that we're studying.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's probably a small increment, and I don't have a lot of concern about it, but it is an unknown at this point.
So if we remove the square mile, I'm not saying we're going to do this, but if we remove that square mile that you're concerned about within this North Shepherd area, you would not be hesitating in telling the council that we'll be able to meet the infrastructure needs?
Yes.
Okay. You knew what my question was.
Yes.
I hope everybody else did too when you answered.
You did that like a prosecutor, Bob.
So Lynn wants to know the square mile that you're concerned about.
So on the western edge of that, there's a, looks like the start of a square. So it would be the square mile, if you could outline it for me. All the way up. And east. Keep going. Yeah, so that square mile that's encompassed by that, what he's outlined there. Yeah.
Well, gee, Mike, that square mile is like more than 50% of the North Shepherd. So I understand why you would have some misgivings. Yeah, I know. All right. You've answered my question. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff?
Let's go back to Robert's Rules of Order. No, kidding. So when the Wilson team came to us, whenever that was, and we said, oh, it should be bigger, and some of us said that. The 75 acres, right, is the size of the Wilson parcel, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that give you pause on the impact on Heritage Grove as well? Or is it when we got sort of, let's make it all this?
I believe there's enough safety factor built into the master plans that would be a small increment. I haven't seen the land use plans for the rest of it, so I can't make a judgment on that.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
And Mike, if we take in, looking at the square mile, there's plenty of residents up there. you have people on wells, you have people on septic tanks. They have concerns about whether they'll be able to continue to do that. If they continue on their wells and septic tanks until they're developed, they don't really count. I mean, they're not going to be a draw on either our water or sewer capacity. Would that be correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I don't know how, I mean, imagine a lot of those folks probably won't, at least in the short term, jump into this, I'm assuming. Does that help us a little bit? I mean, I would imagine that it would.
Well, certainly all of the existing rural residential that's out there is going to be there for quite some time, and it's going to, and those would not be included. It's the large areas that can be developed that we don't know what kind of capacity needs those have.
When we had discussions with Dry Creek Preserve, if a sewer trunk line goes up their street, was it the county that was requiring them to tie in? There was a tie-in requirement at some point. Am I remembering that correctly?
I think that the county does have an ordinance that requires hookup if sewer is available. But the thing is, if it's the city sewer and the resident is still in the county, they would not be allowed to hook up to the city sewer.
I remember we had discussions on this because we were considering doing, trunks at certain distances so that people could tie in, and that staff had concern because, especially with water, if you'd have stagnant water sitting there. So I'm just looking at if we do take this in and we start running infrastructure, the people there may not be real thrilled when they either have to do it forced by the county or they can't afford to do it because we're not going to cut them any slack on it.
Well, I don't think that if they're still in the county and not annexed yet, they would not be able to hook up to city sewer or water.
Okay, that's not how I understood it, but I'll accept that. Okay, any other questions for staff? Seeing none, any member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Dirk Puschel, and my business address is 923 Van Ness in Fresno. We certainly appreciate all of Ricky's work and other staff members this evening, providing you with a very extensive overview of the issues associated with the project. As you recall, at our September 14th meeting, the boundaries were expanded at the council's suggestion to give greater planning control and more opportunities for quality growth. Your council suggested and directed that we work cooperatively with your staff to find an environmental consultant that was not only qualified but competitively priced. We think that we found someone that has an excellent track record. They've done work in Sacramento very similar to the work that we're talking about this evening. So we're very comfortable that we have someone that understands this process. I think from the Wilson Homes and the Harlan Ranch family's perspective, we want to emphasize that there's really two components that are informational documents that not only the council will need but also the community, and that is the municipal service review. Most of the questions that the council has asked tonight are the very questions that have to be answered in that MSR. You can appreciate why we're almost spending $500,000 studying water and sewer and storm drainage, but also police and fire. All of the utilities that are necessary to create a community will be evaluated. So there's a protection in state law that these MSRs must be prepared and that these services are adequate for any area within the sphere. But corresponding to the MSR is the environmental impact report. And if I may just, I don't want to get too far into the California environmental planning law, but it's really important to know that one of the major components, one of the major protections of the community is the cumulative section of an environmental impact report. So it takes the projects that we know, the projects that are in our general plan, and any reasonably projects that will assume to occur within the planning horizon. This is another 30 years. So we take all of the impacts and we add them together and we evaluate what those potential impacts are. So there's two documents, again, both of them required by state law, that are going to assure that the questions that we're talking about this evening are precisely evaluated in a manner prescribed by law, and that this council has the ultimate authority to say, yes, you adequately evaluated the impacts, and that to my satisfaction, the environmental documents and the MSR both are corresponding so that they support this area. One other small point, but it's an important point. There's only 2 property owners out of the 1,050 acres that have a proposed project. That's the Harlan Ranch, 62 acres, and then Leo Wilson Homes, the 299 acres. All of the other acreage are more theoretical, and they're in state planning law called program level. In other words, they may come along in 10 years, they may come along in 20 years, they may come along in 30 years. But when they do come before you as an entitlement request, they have to have their own environmental impact report at the level that Mr. Wilson and the Harlan Ranch people are doing this evening. So 5 years, 10 years from now, somebody within that 1,050 acres, other than Harlan's and Wilson Homes, they're going to be back here saying, we're going to do our environmental impact report to evaluate the situation as we know it at that time. So that's another safety valve, because really there's only 2 properties that are coming forward with real projects. Projects that actually consume water, projects that actually consume sewer, projects that actually require police and fire. Fiscal impacts are also going to be evaluated in the EIR. We know that's important to the community, but it's also a component of state planning law. So we have to evaluate these so that when we come forward, the council can evaluate the Harlan Ranch property and the Wilson Homes property. Is there a fiscal capability of our community to finance and sustain these projects? Water is also mandated by state law to be sustainable in the long term. Not over 60 days, not over 90 days, sustainable in the long term. So that may require acquisition of water. When a project developer comes forward, that's on him. This environmental document is on him. So we think that's very important. Particularly with respect to the area near Big Dry Creek, there's actually been 2 previous environmental impact reports, because the area that is immediately near Big Dry Creek was identified in your 1993 plan as an area appropriate for urbanization. So an environmental impact report was prepared in 1993. And then when the city adopted their recent general plan, there was another environmental impact report prepared because that area was intensified as a recommendation by your staff. So what we're looking at is essentially the 3rd environmental impact report for this area, the area immediately near the dam. As you can appreciate, the environmental impact reports of 28 years ago are significantly different than the environmental impact reports of today. Much more intensive, much more critical, and much more subject to criticism if they're not properly prepared. We feel very comfortable that the company that we will retain, if the council directs us to proceed forward, is highly capable of preparing a defensible and comprehensive document. It's interesting, if you look at the 1993 plan, there's considerable narrative about affordability and attaining a range of housing types. It's interesting because 28 years later, our council is still grappling with these very, very concerns. As a matter of fact, it speaks about housing affordability, quality growth, and using Shepherd Avenue as a major traffic corridor. So this is 28 years ago. Your staff had the vision to understand that this was an appropriate area for development. That was the first DIR and the first plan. With respect to justification, the February 21st Fresno County Metro Area Multiple Listing Services had 1,500 homes listed for potential sale. Of those, 1,100 were under contract. Only 400 homes of the 1,500 that were available were open on the open market. That was the February 21st MLS, February 21st, so just a few weeks ago. Of those, there were only 13 of the 1,500 homes that were under $300,000. So we believe that going back, all the way back to 28 years, that the issues that were raised about housing affordability, quality growth, still pertain to this community. We ask that you, the council, allow us to proceed forward with the environmental impact report, and that you also allow us to simultaneously submit this MSR, because they really run hand in hand. So we ask that you support staff's recommendation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them of me.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, can I ask a question? I guess it's not a question, I just want to highlight, the thing that I think you said that's the most important is the cumulative impact measured by the EIR. It's not a transaction, right? It's not the impact of this corner on this street. It's really the cumulative impact in a region, or in this case, maybe everything north of Shepherd. I'm not sure how that, or the citywide. But I think that's the question, because I think what we wouldn't want to create is a circumstance where Loma Vista, we said, couldn't go to the northwest until it was 60% done. We don't have that marker now, but you wouldn't want to half start the northwest and then go, oh, you know, let's go to the northeast, and then leave all these unfinished business around the city. So I think that if the EIR will attend to that fact relative to some of the sewer water infrastructure, that to me is really an important question that I think will be addressed. I just wanted to underline the word cumulative, because that's the magic for all the tediousness of the EIR
That's
and the
correct.
MSR. That's the value of it, I think.
Yes, and that has to do, as you know, Council Member Ashbeck, that has to do with every component that's required of CEQA.
Right.
It could be police protection, it can be fiscal, it's parks, it's impacts to agriculture.
Right.
All of those impacts have a cumulative analysis section. So that's a safety valve that we don't miss something that's out there. And then again, I think it's very important. The 62 acres of Harlan and the 299 acres of the Wilson Homes, of the 1,000 acres, are the only real projects that are proceeding forward. These other projects may never happen.
I say they may never happen at all.
Exactly.
Nor do they have to.
Exactly. The rural residential properties could stay there for as long as they want. They don't have to be annexed. There's so many variations as to how these properties could develop or annex or stay exactly as they are.
Yeah.
They're simply in the sphere.
Thanks.
And that sphere line is subject to the council evaluating the environmental impact report and then an independent hearing at LAFCO.
Thank you.
Bob?
Sorry, Vong, Dirk, I just had a quick question related to that 400 units available for sale. That was in Fresno, Clovis, or just Clovis? Do you remember?
Yeah, Fresno.
So the whole Fresno Clovis region has 400 properties for sale at that particular location, and I'm presuming that that is not even the new, I'm sorry? Citywide. When you say citywide, do you mean Fresno, or do you mean Clovis, or both? Both. Okay. And so when there are, does that 400 also take into account new homes that are available, or are these just listed through the MLS? Because I don't know in the new home business if those are listed on MLS.
Usually not.
Okay.
Usually not.
All right.
Those are resale homes.
All right, thank you.
Vaughn?
Dirk, many times we hear about annexation and spheres, and even sometimes being up here on the council, it's more complicated, and so because of that, we get fearful of losing our way of life that we're used to. Can you share again how this doesn't change or does change someone's current way of life in this whole 1,000 acres if they don't do anything other than the 299 and the 62. Can you just kind of go over that so that way, because we get a lot of emails and concerns about, oh, now it's changing my way of life, but help explain that.
Okay, there's a, first that the orange line that you see in front of you is really, for the most part, an imaginary line that's going to be established that says, assuming that is the line that's adopted by LAFCO, that everything within this area is under the planning control of the city of Clovis. But a project, in other words, as Mr. Wilson or Wilson Homes and the Harlan family proceed forward, they would bring a specific project to you that would require pre-approvals and then ultimately annexation. At that time, LAFCO, in conjunction with the city, will consult and determine what is the proper boundary to bring in the project and the corresponding associated properties, adjacent properties. Sometimes it's none. Sometimes, in this case, it may be just the Wilson property. Using the Spenceley property, the area that's in green, we anticipate in that particular area that we have no impact on the rural residential properties adjacent. But that determination is obviously made on a case-by-case basis by LAFCO. Particularly the area, the northern half of that miles, we have no plans. We're not suggesting annexation. I think that could be many, many, many decades away. It may ultimately be something where property owners get together and say, we're really underutilizing our property. Could we come to the city and talk about water and sewer? But those are speculative. That could be decades and decades away. So at each opportunity for annexation, property owners have an opportunity to protest that annexation, to come here and say we don't want to be part of the city, and they also have an opportunity to go to LAFCO and say, please keep us out, we like it just the way it is. And you've heard that. You've heard the property owners immediately north of us at Spenceley. They've made it very clear. They want to keep their lifestyle. They don't want to be part of the city. We've never objected to that. We have no intention of asking them to join our annexation request.
And in your dealings with annexations and spheres, and especially with Clovis specifically, does property in the county increase in value or decrease in value when their annexation is to our city?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt. It's a substantial improvement in property value.
Okay.
And that has to do with better police and fire protection, lower insurance rates. There's just a whole range of things that occur, in my opinion. I'm not only a planner, but I'm a real estate broker, when people annex into the city of Clovis.
Okay.
And I think that can be, I know it could be shown empirically.
Any other questions for Dirk? Thank you, Dirk.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public in chambers wish to address the council on this item?
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Sean Stevenson. Our family, the Harlan family, have been part of the Clovis community and farming in Northeast Clovis and in this area for 76 years. Newcomers, yes. The ranch has been at the crossroads of many changes. The Frank Kern Canal, Big Dry Creek and the Big Dry Creek Reservoir, and the Freeway 168 extension, and ultimately the transition to urban development with the Wilson, Wathen, Castanos Harlan Ranch project. The first time I spoke to this body regarding this 62-acre parcel, and can you bring up the one that shows it there in the green? Harlan property, there. Ours is in the green. You can see it's adjacent to the Big Dry Creek Dam. First time I addressed this body regarding this piece of property was for the 1993 general plan update. I was around 33 years old, so Jeff Harris and I were just boys together at the time. Our consultant at that time was Scott Momer. Along with Scott, we visited with city staff, attended numerous public meetings, and were fully involved in that process. As a result of the 1993 general plan update, our property, along with the Wilson property, much of that area was part of the plan and has been since that time. Subsequent to that, I was also involved in a landscape of choice, as Bob mentioned, strategies for improving patterns of community growth. It was a collaborative effort from a number of community groups. Again, Jeff was involved as a leader of the BIA at the time. Farm Bureau, Chamber of Commerce, Business Council, and American Farmland Trust were also involved. In short, Landscape of Choice advocated for mixed-use zone districts, higher densities, a promotion of downtown and village centers, improved transportation and pedestrian access and use. And many of these policies would be first and best displayed in the community with the Wilson, Wathen, Castanos Harlan Ranch project. I also participated as a committee member with Clovis's most recent general plan update. And again, many public meetings listening to consultants, staff, and the community. And once again, this area was included for urbanization as part of the Northeast Village. The infrastructure for the area was brought north by the Harlan Ranch development. We have been actively involved in the planning process on this piece of property for almost 30 years. The highest and best use of this property is for urbanization. It is currently used as rangeland, although it has no corrals or road access, and it makes it difficult to utilize. An indication of how serious we are about this process is the fact that we filed a Williamson Act notice of non-renewal on this property and, in fact, all Harlan properties approximately 20 years ago. Why is that important? Well, the Williamson Act was intended to promote the preservation of agricultural land and progressive growth by reducing property tax rates on participating parcels. Our family's property tax rates have increased dramatically, but we chose to do that in order to promote orderly growth and figuratively and literally signal that we are planning to transition to urban growth or urban uses. I don't know that the same can be said of much of the property in the Heritage Grove area. One of your responsibilities is to ensure affordable and available housing for the citizens of Clovis. The Landscape of Choice lists one of the desired benefits as lower housing costs as a result of greater efficiency in the utilization of infrastructure. And as a practical matter, you also need a supply of land and willing sellers that are ready to make that transition. Myself and my family have planned and fully participated in the process to evaluate, have planned and fully participated in the process for the 62-acre parcel to transition to urban use. Now's the time. I ask that you approve staff's recommendations to authorize retaining an EIR consultant and to authorize a concurrent application to LAFCO for the sphere of influence change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Any questions for Mr. Stevenson? Seeing none. Any member of the public in chambers wish to address council on this item?
Council, my name is Vince Jenko. I think I know most of you. First of all, I want to compliment you on your flag. Beautiful flag, and it really came out nice. And if you have an extra one, we'd be glad to fly it at the Clovis Rodeo this year.
It'll look good in a rodeo coming soon.
It will. Thank you. The reason I'm here tonight is in support of the EIR and everything that's been brought up so far by my friends here that are much more eloquent than I am. I'm going to make mine very short and just tell you that I am in support of their program. It gives us, by the way, I represent the 33 acres that are just to the east of the Harlans there. It's contiguous to our property. It's right on the east tip, right there. There's 33 acres, and then there's 7 acres right next door to us that belongs to Donna McConnell, and she has always said, when you go, I'm going, so she's asked me to kind of help her out with her 7 acres also. So I guess unofficially I represent the 40 acres right in that east tip. We've seen a lot of changes, as you can tell out there, with, you know, with the development coming right up to Shepherd Avenue. The Verdugo Ranch that I represent has been a horse ranch since the 1950s. It was cotton and grapes, I think, before that. I've been there since 1973. Started out as a kid working there and ended up owning most of it. So thanks to the Verdugos. But the thing that we're seeing now, with the flood control, we're getting a lot of people trespassing on top of that dike, which is not good for our horse operation. It really upsets the horses, and it's not really good for our business. But the flood control, I know they've got a lot of other things to do, but I mean, on Saturday mornings, there's 20 cars parked right there at DeWolf and Shepherd, and the people are going over the dike and exercise. They've made a recreational deal out of it, and it just, you know, you can see the handwriting on the wall. Everything else is coming up to us. It's coming around us, and if you're going to stay in the business, it's time to move on, and we believe that this is the time. I had a house personally right just south of Shepherd, right in line with Verdugo Ranch. We were annexed by the city. We had many people come try to buy our property. We didn't want to sell it. And finally, all of our neighbors got together and we sold 35 acres together to make a nice development. And it worked out very well. And I'm sure that that's what's going to happen across the street. But like I said, we are very much in favor of what you're trying to do here with the environmental impact. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Jenko? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public in chambers wish to address council on this item?
Good evening, Mayor Bessinger, members of the council. My name is R. Kellerisian. My business address is 389 Clovis Avenue, Suite 100. I'm here on behalf of the Ricciuti family and Heritage Development Company. They send their best wishes, but given our situation, they're watching here from the office and home. As you know, our team's been working diligently with staff and with our partners on the planning and development of Heritage Grove. And we will always support the city's efforts to plan and to grow in a responsible way. I think the line of questioning and the conversation that we've had tonight has been very interesting. And as an interested party who is planning a major project just down the road, it's very important to us that these conversations are had in a transparent and public way. I think I want to go over the infrastructure issue because that's very important to what we're doing, and any builder, developer understands that without the capacity to service an area, you can have all the great plans, but you're not able to move forward unless you have that infrastructure. Some simple math from the information, what we learned tonight from city staff. The Heritage Grove area is 15,000 units approximately. That is inside the city sphere currently. Our current system, for 15 years, we only have 5,000 units. Maybe, if we're able to do some improvements, we will have 7,500 units. So 15 years, if we allocate that 5,000, will not even get us to Beheimer. If you go 7,500, maybe you get halfway. It's a simple numbers game. There's 350 acres that are actually proposed for development out of the 1,000. If they develop at 5 units per acre, that's 1,750 acres right there. If they develop at 7 units per acre, that's 2,450 units. So now, if there is a solution, I know staff mentioned possibly using the Fowler trunk line to service 1,750 units, I think that's a great option to explore because that would increase the capacity and allow us to move forward. So I think there are ways to do this in a responsible manner. The area that was already accounted for in the plan, because I think a lot of the difficulty, even as I was listening, is there's full build out and there's current capacity. And so we know we've got a certain limited amount until we do those improvements that really opens things up and allows all of these areas to grow. So as we look at this and really think about how we should move forward, you know, I think the city should look comprehensively at the sphere of influence and how it's going to grow. I think this idea of casting a wide net is a good one. And the last time I came here, I spoke about north of Copper. My concern is if we move forward with a LAFCO application today, it will be hard-pressed for us to go back in the near future with another LAFCO application. And seeing as other areas have not had the opportunity to bring forward their request to increase the sphere, that could shrink the net that we're actually casting. So I have a question. Can we do an MSR application without an MSR assessment without a LAFCO application? Maybe that's something we should explore. Just looking on this LAFCO website, it says prior to a application, the LAFCO staff can do an MSR. So that MSR could continue along with the EIR, but that would give us time to reassess what we really should do in terms of the sphere. And perhaps we could include north of Copper. Perhaps we can deal with the square mile and see, is that a good idea? Because staff's not sure if that can be serviced or not. And so I think that would give us time to look at this in a way where we're all figuring out what's best for the city. So as we move forward, I appreciate all of the questions that were asked. And we too, the Ricciuti family, is making a major commitment, both in the developments along Shepherd, north of Shepherd. We've already done a beautiful project with the ranch at Heritage Grove. We're now working on the next phase and the continued development to meet that need. But at the end of the day, I think looking at the numbers and realizing what we have in terms of capacity is a critical step before we make the decision to bring in more area. Let's make sure we can meet the needs of what we have. And if that is met, then we can continue to grow. So I'm available for any questions. I really appreciate the dialogue tonight. I appreciate all the information that was shared. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Eric?
I don't have a question for Eric, but he mentioned something that I think I need to address with Ricky. The north of Copper concept. Has staff talked about what it may look like to, I mean, if we're going in this direction of expanding the sphere of influence north, what does it look like to go north of Copper?
I don't know that it's been anything that we've gone into in any great detail. I mean, there's certainly been the thought thrown out there of potentially at some point going north of Copper, but in terms of any movement on making that happen, we haven't gotten that.
How many acres is that, Eric-El?
It could be anywhere from about 300 to 500 acres. Potentially more, depends on who it wants.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Jose, to follow up that, have we at least planted our flag to say that Clovis will one day go north of Copper and that Fresno will not jump Willow?
I don't think we've planted anything there officially that would be considered as planting a flag out there in your terminology. So
We have a flag.
Yeah.
Just saying.
A beautiful flag, I might add. No, because at one point, it was supposed to be a study area. Is it still considered by the county a study area that it's like a neutral ground that no one shall touch?
Yeah, right now, north of Copper is I guess unclaimed, I'll say, or no flag has been planted out there yet per se, at least not in an official capacity.
Okay.
So.
Okay. It's a project. Vaughn?
Well, I strongly support planting that flag because I think that we have to, especially with housing elements and what's coming forward, I think planning is best. So if we can, I know this is separate from tonight, but I think that is something which we should do. And Eric, to follow up, sort of, is that sort of your recommendation when you said cast a wider net? So should we delay this, or should we also include other sphere conversations? I'm trying to understand your recommendation there, or your suggestion to the council.
With trying to be able to keep the proponent's project moving, I was simply asking, can we do the EIR and the MSR, which also could study north of Copper and other areas, so that we can go to LAFCO with one comprehensive application for the city? That we, the city, are coming in, planting our flag, because my concern, and this has been seen in the past when you present a sphere expansion to LAFCO, it's difficult to show up shortly thereafter and say, well, we need some more land now. I think it should be looked at comprehensively, which is normally, these things normally happen with a general plan update. So you do a general plan update, then you say, okay, we need this area, let's go expand our sphere. So that's a question, if that's a possibility, so that if we authorize the LAFCO application, which is the second item, are we foregoing the ability to comprehensively look at the sphere, include north of Copper, and possibly look at, should it be 1,000 acres? We don't know if we even have the capacity for that whole square mile. And then maybe someone else. Maybe there's another part of town that would want to be included in that analysis.
I have a question.
Lynn.
What was my question?
Is it for Erico, or just for
it was just
the
in my
room in
mind. I
general?
got it. I've recovered it. Thank you. Our last general plan update, we completed in 2013?
2014.
14. And we would do another one in, ideally every 10 years used to be the magic number, so that would be like 20 minutes from now. So 2024, or do you think it's a longer lifespan?
It's something where we've started discussions on. We haven't really moved forward. We have started at least having a discussion about, what's it going to look like? Because realistically, by the time you start one, it's going to take 2, 3, 4 years, before it's actually completed. So if we're thinking of something, 2024 or whatever, it's really what that means is, starting sooner rather than later, by the time it actually gets adopted.
I hear what Erica's saying. I think what I worry about is staff capacity, cost. The Wilsons came here with a this, and now it's a this. I worry about how we could plan we could just be in charge of the entire valley if we're not careful. So what I feel comfortable is what we have now seems like the right net. I don't quite, north, going all the way to Copper and north sort of adds to the complexity of this. I don't know. I'm just thinking, could we pick up the parts that we don't have tonight at our next general plan update if it was really in 2024? We've got this, we've got Heritage Grove. That's a lot, and that could be a 30-year build-out. But could we pick up the rest, like north to Copper or beyond, in our next general plan? That's what I wonder about, if that seems, because tonight, I feel like cities, when they decide their sphere, it's sort of a thoughtful, I don't know, you think about what you want it to be. I don't know that tonight I'm prepared to say it's this or that, I guess is my point.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point is, what's in front of us today is sort of, our response to an applicant's request, and obviously this has grown over the last few council meetings, so, adding in potentially north of Copper onto this kind of adds a whole new slew of complexities, which you've kind of described.
Thank you. Any other questions we're not at that point. Anybody else in chambers wish to address the council on this item?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, member of City Council. My name is Manny Penn. As the property owners in the Heritage Grove area and potentially property owners in this area here, I think this is a good complement to the Heritage Grove area. Here's a reason why. The growth in Heritage Grove has been very, very slow. We have a project out there called Heritage Grove City Center. We got this approved over a year ago with Bill Smith Camp and Family in Clovis Hill Church and Valley Christian Church. But we can't move forward. Water and sewer is already up there, ready to go. We got it approved for almost 4,000 units. Annexations is very, very slow for us to move that forward. by having this project over here, we can complement each other because there's an opportunity cost for us. People are moving from the Bay Area or Southern California that's looking for homes in Clovis. They have no homes available. So what are they doing right now at this point? They're moving to Madera County. And we're losing opportunities. And this is an opportunity of a lifetime. When we get this developed, Heritage Growth developed at the same time, we're bringing quality people, our community grow, and our tax base grow. And I think it's overall, we're overall best for this city. So what are we doing? Are we just going to go ahead and let people moving to this area, moving to Madera? Or we could do this and let's do the Heritage Grove and the Clovis North together. And I'm here in support of this expansion.
Thank you, Mr. Penn. Any questions for Mr. Penn? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Anyone else in chambers wish to address the council on this item? Paul, you might as well come over here and get on deck. Yes, sir.
Yes. Late good evening to you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm a resident. I'm a very small needle in this entire haystack here at 9528 North Fowler. Obviously, I have my concerns related to my residence.
Could you give us your name, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Guy Van Atta.
Thank you.
I also have a residence in the city of Clovis at 1025 DeWitt. So I've lived in the city. I've been part of the city. I grew up through the Clovis Unified School District. I know very well about the heritage and the history of Clovis. And we, 5 years ago, moved out to the country because that's the lifestyle that we wanted to live after living in cities and suburbans. And obviously, I have a concern. Here I am putting a huge wrench, well, rather small needle, but a huge wrench, and I'm the bad guy here, I'm thinking, because I have a concern about, obviously, the water situation that's in my area. So the question that I have initially is, where exactly with all of this development going on is the water coming from, not knowing how this system works? Can anybody answer that?
Our Public Utilities Director will.
Guy, can you just generally, where do you live in this haystack?
So I'm going to be right on the corner, basically, of Fowler and Perrin.
Okay.
So I'm going to be right around there.
Okay.
Yeah, more like there, yes. Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so for the probably last 5 to 15 years since we built the water plant, all additional water supplies we get to serve the city of Clovis come from surface water. And going forward in the future, that's what we intend to use as our resource to serve the city of Clovis. The pumping due to Sigma, groundwater pumping, is going to be diminished greatly and continue in the future. We're actually going to do as much or more recharge that we can do to bring up the groundwater levels, because I'm sure that's the concern for wells. But we're going to go pretty much strictly to surface water supplies, and the only time we will be putting in wells, it's for boosting. But those can't have a negative effect on the aquifer, so we always have to supplant it with surface water so that we're always ahead of the game on that.
Okay.
So that's going to be the Kings River for the most part?
Kings River is where we get most of our supply, and there could be potential in the future for the Friant system.
Okay. And I would assume that part of this development that's being proposed here, there are a lot of, well, I guess you'd call storm drainage and things of that nature that are part of this plan that's going to be developed within this area?
The storm drainage is a separate system designed by the Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control. That's to take the water runoff and to get rid of it so there's no flooding. Mm-hmm. But we do use that as incidental recharge so that we keep as much water in the Clovis area as we can.
Okay. Okay. I had a whole bunch of other things, but that's getting late. One real quick thing, going back to public comments. The gentleman who was talking about that area, I gave him the reference to Nathan Magsig, so he can take care of that situation and help him as well. And not so funny story is that Nathan Magsig crashed his bicycle in the very exact area that he's talking about. I was there, I saw it. Are there need to be improvements in that area? Maybe. Do we need to counsel Nathan on how to ride his bicycle a little better? Absolutely.
We're glad that's
taking
on
on
the
that
public
challenge to do
record.
that, so. Yes, it is.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Best advice you've had all night was for that. Thank you.
Mr. Pierce, you're at bat.
Hi, Paul Pierce. My ears kind of perked up when they started talking about the sewer system, and I'm thinking about the two tracks are right around me, but they're going to, rather than putting the proper sewer system in, they're going to be just connecting up and pumping over further that direction. Is that what we're expecting on all of these developments too?
Well, I think that's what the master plan will, they're gonna have to study that.
So you don't think you're ever going to overflow it or overfill it before you can build a better system? Okay. Also, it's like with their environmental impact, evidently it only affects their area. So when their traffic comes down Fowler to Shepherd, is it going to go over to Clovis or over to Temperance instead of coming down Fowler? Because Fowler right now is a mess. You know that. I mean, traffic that stops at the light at Nees backs up past Teague. And same way when people go home, it's stoplight at Shepherd backs up the other way past Teague. It's real heavy.
They do look at how this affects the areas surrounding this. That's the reason they do that.
Well, I've seen other plans where they were doing it towards the Sunnyside and Shepherd area, and it seems like they only took into traffic and information right in that area. There was no investigation how it affects any further over on Shepherd towards Fowler or down Sunnyside. They didn't seem to bring anything about the traffic flow. I think about a year and a half ago, there was a fire in the field across the street from me where all the traffic was stopped and just, you know, everyone wants to look and see and everything else. They finally had to bring out a policeman on a motorcycle to get him to move because the fire trucks couldn't get through. It is so bad in that area. There needs to be a lot more traffic thought of in this environmental impact and how the people in the areas around it are impacted. Mostly you seem to only talk about the area in this.
Yeah. Paul, so to add to that, so, you know, if we go forward, part of the EIR process is doing what's called a public scoping meeting. And one of those is where you invite the public and you would state what your concerns are, what things might need to be studied. So if you attend that meeting, or you can email me before it or call me and let me know what intersections you think might need to be studied based on, you know, what you're recommending, then we'll take that into consideration. I can't guarantee every single intersection you'd prefer, but we can take a look at it. And that's kind of the point of the public scoping meeting is to see what the public concerns
basically
are.
the section between Shepherd and Nees is a real heavy traffic problem. Speeding. I mean, even a friend of mine coming over to my place got run off the road because people speeding back and forth through there.
Ricky, so I know in the EIR we're going to be focusing on VMT, but it's not to the exclusion of level of service. It's going to be both level of service and VMT.
Yes, it'll have a comprehensive analysis of both level of service and VMT.
Okay.
So both
Thank you.
equally.
Thank you, Paul. Anyone else in chambers wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none, do we have anybody on the internet?
Yes, we have one, Jared Callister.
Yes, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yep, Jared Callister, 9318 North Sunnyside Avenue. I live north of the Spensley property, part of that Quail Run community, 18 homes in that area. And appreciate your time. I know it's late. Just kind of a few thoughts and comments and observations. I always thought that there was a rule that really a guideline that before you open up a new area, you've got to build out the other planning area, 75%. And that helps keep things orderly. It helps avoid this Oklahoma land grab mentality or first come, first serve mentality. And I mean, Heritage Grove just got started. That's a massive area. And the current application, it used to be, remember years ago, just as 50 acres of pecan orchards, then at least half, the southern half, and it increased to the whole pecan orchard L shape. And then it grew to this much larger area. And it seems like we need to get a handle on the Heritage Grove development before we move east and try to increase this scope of review. So that's just one comment is I thought there was some rule that was 75% rule that would apply to this development. The other concern I have is kind of the ordering of this, of having the EIR at the same time you have the LAFCO amendment. I thought you would need the EIR to know what to present to LAFCO. Because if you're asking for a LAFCO amendment, it seems like the city council is taking the position, yeah, we're doing this. This is how we're changing the sphere of influence. And if you're making that decision before the EIR comes back, I don't think it's fair to the residents in the home and the people in the community that haven't had a chance to review or digest anything in the EIR or make comments or recommendations about what should be exist in the EIR. And I felt this when they went through the Lennar development. We were worried about water and concerned about how the development would affect our water supply. And everyone, the city planning commission and others told us, hey, we're coming out with a master water plan. Don't worry, that'll be addressed. And all of a sudden, 8 months later, a master water plan comes out and it doesn't really address anything with respect to the water supply in our area or how these developments would impact our area. And I'm fearful that, I guess my request is if the city council does go forward with the EIR, that there be specific requests that it address this low yield water area. This is, it can't be business as usual when you're developing in this area. We're such a unique area based on the low yield water in our community that any EIR, I think, has to take into consideration that fact. And so anyway, that's just the request with respect to the EIR that I think you need to do that first before you do any type of LAFCO amendment. And then just one other final comment is I think the applicant mentioned that, the Spenceley property development has no impact on the rural residential community here. Well, it does. I mean, it definitely does. I've been walking up and down Sunnyside Avenue in the last 25 minutes, and one car drove up Sunnyside Avenue in the past 25 minutes. And it's dark out here, it's quiet, it's tranquil. And to say that, adding subdivisions across the street from us, or down the road from us doesn't change things, it does absolutely change things. And I've noticed in the EIRs, they never address the impact on the rural residential community. It just talks about Clovis Fire Department and Clovis Police Department. It doesn't talk about Fresno County Sheriff's response times or crime in our area. It's only impact on the city services, even though we're right next door to you guys. So I guess in short, my request is I think it would be prudent to focus on Heritage Grove and making that the best development it can be in a smart way, make sure it has enough services. And if there's still a need to move forward and expand, then you can consider enlarging to this Northern Shepherd area. So that's my request. Happy to address.
Thank you, Mr. Hollister.
Yeah.
No, I do have a question for staff. When we look at how this affects municipal services, do we also look at how it affects the county's services for the areas that are just outside?
In some cases, yes. So kind of the crux of EIRs and CEQA is determining what a project's impact is on services. So to the extent that it could affect, I'll use sheriff's ability to serve the additional area, yes, it may, but really CEQA and court cases in CEQA have been very clear that it's the project's impacts on the environment, not the other way around. So potentially in this area, it's going to have to discuss at some level, at least at a high level, sheriffs, because there is going to be a lot of where you see the red area up there that's addressed at what we call a programmatic level. So my guess is there's going to be some kind of discussion, and we can work with the consultant, even if we want to go kind of above and beyond to make sure they do talk about impacts to, sheriffs, for example.
Thank you. And do we have anybody else online?
No.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, we got several pieces of correspondence.
You got 2 additional emails you have in front of you. On the top right-hand side, it has agenda item number 5 on them. One from Cindy McConaughey and one from Darnell.
Right. Okay, we have those with us. I will close. We didn't receive anything in the meantime?
No.
Okay. I will close public comment and come back to the council for discussion or for action.
Well, I mean, I think the first item, related to the second item, but right now it's the first item. I think we've heard, it's a sort of a, I don't want to say administrative because it's a hugely impactful document, but I think it's just a process question. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with what is here. I think what you've heard can help shape some of your public scoping questions. What does it do to rural neighborhoods? And what does it do to water? And what does it do to traffic on Fowler? And all those things are part of the story this will tell. I also think, what does it do to Heritage Grove? It's part of the discussion in terms of sewer and water. So I just think those are answers we need, and we will get. And at the end of all that, I suppose, I mean, we may not do anything at all. I mean, we may decide that it's too much, we can't mitigate the impact, so I just think we don't have enough information. So I'm comfortable, these 2 items, I'm prepared to make a motion that we move forward, but I will wait for my colleagues to comment if they would like.
Any other discussion? Bob, you look like you wanted to chime in here.
Yeah, I'm just glad I didn't have to go first. I'm tired of going first. And Lynn needs to finally step up and, voice her opinion. You are very good at that motion. So, I agree that the EIR consultant is kind of a no-brainer. Y'all know from the last time, I was not in favor of this sphere of influence expansion. I did not carry the day in that, but I do think that we need to make a well-informed decision. I think this EIR will allow us to get there. So at least on that particular part, I'm in agreement, and I'll be voting in favor of allowing the city manager to get that agreement moving forward. On that sphere of influence thing, I mean, it's a tough spot for me to be in because, likewise, I do want you guys to be able to make, or all of us make an informed decision on what the impacts are going to be to the infrastructure there. But and that MSR, which comes with the LAFCO application, will allow you to be even more fully informed. And I even understand why we're doing the parallel concept there, but I fall back on the idea that I just want our growth in the city of Clovis to be very orderly. We have told our folks that we are going to have this village concept. So we have Loma Vista. We're getting to that point where we can have that village green. We have kind of a miniature version of it in Harlan Ranch. They still need to have the retail commercial component there in Harlan Ranch in order to make that a true village. And then we have Heritage Grove moving out there. And before the village is developed, not before, because there are some pretty good rooftops there on the other side of Willow Avenue and, south of Shepherd, there's some pretty good rooftops. And I think there'll be some village components there. And where Manny wants to build out over there across from Clovis Hills Community Church, I think that's going to be a nice little village component. But I just want to make sure that we get enough of the rooftop there in Heritage Grove to fulfill what it is that we've committed, which is these village concepts. So I just don't like the idea of us expanding the sphere at this point. I certainly don't mind the EIR so that everybody knows, I'm just going to be in favor of the EIR, but I'm going to be opposed to I continue to be opposed to the sphere of influence expansion. And maybe after the EIR comes through, no, it's not going to change my mind. I want orderly development, and I think that if we're starting to expand our sphere, then it's going to become disorderly development, and that's my fear. So anyway, those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor, for
Thank you, Bob. Jose?
recognizing me.
Well, as to the environmental impact report, I think it's needed. I think we as a city, we as stewards of the land that we've been given, thanks to the work of many people that have been here forever in Clovis, and honoring the work they've done as far as making sure that the land we're using is land that is basically not being used anymore for the ag that once was surrounding Clovis, and it really isn't anymore. Land that now is challenged because there is no water. We hear about the water. Our city is not going to take away from the water because we're importing that water. So we need to see what other impacts our city will bring to any developable land that is surrounding us. And this is an opportunity to learn these factors. Is it wise for us to add more developable land, especially in a time when other places are opening up in our valley, especially in the Madera side? The city of Fresno hasn't really done much in development in the last few years, but they see the pressure that Madera is giving, and they see the pressure that Clovis is giving. They will find another venue to compete in this market. And those who are ahead of the game are going to be winners in this game. And I think Mr. Penn said it perfectly. So we got to be prepared. Let's not put all our eggs in one basket. We did it in Loma Vista. It didn't work out very well. We learned lessons there. I call this an insurance kind of policy for the city of Clovis. Let's have as much developable land that we can control. If they want to come into our city, we welcome them. If they don't want to, there's no guarantee these people will even want to be in Clovis. We know that some will, and we know that some won't. So the EIR is a very, very simple decision to make up here. And now the sphere of influence, I think it's the next logical step. Let's make sure that we control that developable land, and start inviting people from those areas into our town. Let them know we're going to be good neighbors, and that if they don't want to be part of our city, they don't have to be. But if they do, we will be good stewards of that land that they bring into our city. And it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen tomorrow. This is not shovel-ready projects. This is going to take time. And in that time, our duty is to ensure that the infrastructure is there, ready for those that do want to develop. That's our duty, us five, because we need to bring that infrastructure in. We know that there is that drive for people to want a safe place to live where they can educate their kids, and they're choosing Clovis. They're doing it. We know that. People are coming to Clovis from all parts of California and the Central Valley. If Kathy Milton used to say, if we're not growing, we're dying. And I do believe that. That's something that most planners say. So make sure we're doing it smart. Make sure that we have the land that could be available. Let's make sure we do all the things properly. And for those who want to sell their land for a smart city like we know how to build, let's make it available. But we need to do these things before we can do other things.
Can I ask Jose a quick question? And not to put you on the spot, where are you on the idea of, because what I'm hearing you say is that there may be some valid concern that at some point Fresno is going to want to take land north of Copper. And I was wondering where you were on that position, at least for tonight, whether you would want a sphere of expansion to include north of Copper.
Based
now.
on my study of Fresno, I think they're going to go for the old Sega, because Sega has Clovis Unified. They want Clovis Unified just like everyone else does. So their first effort will be Sega. So, and there's plenty of Sega that they abandoned at one point. Eventually, they will try to envelope us or envelop us. Spanish is my English is my second language. Envelop versus envelope. Anyway, so I recognize my error in the language. Anyway, so at some point there'll be pressure for them to leap across Willow. So I think what Lynn's comments are great. Maybe that is an issue we bring up at the general plan. But we should start planting our flag, make it known, no uncertain terms, that east of Willow is ours. And that I've been saying that since I've been on the council.
Paul? And ditto to that, in case you ask me also. I believe that, you know, we've been planning for this area since '93, and look where we are, 2021, and finally we're here. And it's not even, it's been, I know that there are a lot of property owners, but the ones who have wanted to have waited patiently, and I think that we need to also honor those that want to do that. I mean, my response to logical or sort of well-planned growth, my concern is not with the growth. My concern is with the plan. But the plan is also where my comfort is, because we have the best planners. And so the plans have always been well. And what we have been doing is just been living up to those plans. When I first heard about, and I think when I got on the council, it was already over, where there was a limit on where we can grow because Loma Vista had to reach a certain percentage. I thought that was the most terrible policy there was, because that limited where we can grow, and if someone was ready, it made it where everybody had to wait. And if we aren't ready to grow, then we better be ready to pay higher taxes. That's sort of the trade-off, because if we want this way of life, it's going to come someplace. So I would rather plan well and make Clovis great to other parts of the community that are ready for it. With sort of the competing communities, I think that staff heard tonight our concerns with regards to making it equitable, also making sure that all parties know sort of that infrastructure discussion on how we take care of it, how we plan for it. It's sort of the chicken or the egg, right? You need units in order to get the infrastructure, yet you must have the infrastructure before you can get the units. And so that's sort of a tough thing, but I think we have the expert staff here to be able to help us work with a community that cares about Clovis, and we're talking about people who are really invested here, to the Wilsons, to the Rakutis, to even Manny moving here, right? We have people who are invested here who want to see this community great. So they're not just here for the quick buck. They want to leave a legacy. And lastly, with planning, I think, Lynn, you started saying this earlier this year. It needs to be further than 15, 20 years. We need to plan 50 years. And to plan 50 years, we need to start to plant your flag, Mayor, in more places, because we need to start to show that this is where we are, this is where we want to grow, and we can do it much better than any other city here in the Valley. And so with both applications tonight, I think it is logical, it is the correct way to proceed forward with the precautions and the sort of concerns that I think the council addressed. I think the staff will note that as we move forward. So excellent report, Ricky. Thank you for keeping us on point and keeping us moving forward.
Lynn, do you make a motion?
And I want you to comment.
Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, of course.
I won't belabor what my colleagues have said. Excellent presentation by staff. Just as a disclosure, I participated in a Zoom meeting with both the Wilson Group and representatives of the Recruities before this meeting. So I'm ready for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we authorize the city manager to execute a consultant agreement between the City of Clovis and De Novo Planning Group for the preparation of an EIR and related services.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And then I'll also move that we allow for the preparation and submittal of an application to the Fresno County Local Agency Formation Commission to amend the City of Clovis sphere of influence to include plus or minus 1,050 acres.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bob, you're a no? Okay. Motion passes 4-1. Okay. Turning the page. Item 6, receive and file 2021 5-year financial forecast for the City of Clovis through fiscal year 2025-26 and discuss options for budget preparation 2021-22. Jay Shingle is
Actually, Mr. Mayor, if I may, a couple things. I'm going to do the introduction from over here.
Oh.
Sorry, just the logistics of doing a two-party presentation. Also, I want to offer to council a little bit later. We were planning on canceling next Monday's meeting. The hour is late. If it's council's desire, we could continue this item to next week and not cancel the meeting to try to get us out of here earlier tonight.
You don't have a late night tomorrow? No.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Now I think we should. Everybody, we'll just move on.
Oh.
I can't go be with her because they won't allow me.
Okay. Then we'll try to get through this fairly quickly. So. Just a little bit of reminder, the 5-year forecast is a snapshot in time. We do this every year. It is based on certain assumptions of what could happen in the future financially. The 5-year forecast includes all the funds, but we typically concentrate most of our discussion on the general fund because of the constraints on revenues in the general fund and the demands for expenditures and services out of the general fund. The 5-year forecast is typically the basis for the development of the budget. Last year was not a typical year. Just a little reminder, on March 2nd, we presented the 5-year forecast. 2 days later, the governor declared a state of emergency because of the COVID pandemic. 12 days after that, council declared a state of emergency, a local state of emergency. And 3 days after that, the governor issued his stay-home order, which was an attempt to flatten the curve. For the record, we are now in day 346 of our 14-day effort to flatten the curve. So it was not a normal year. So when we prepared the budget last year, we did not base it on the 5-year forecast because of the COVID pandemic. We analyzed numerous forecasts and projections nationally, statewide, internationally, looked at our own businesses here, and kind of came up with our own forecast of what we thought was going to happen and based the budget on that. The forecast and our budget was based on something a little more optimistic, at the optimistic end of the spectrum of all the projections that were being thrown around last April and May. But even with that optimism, we estimated a $10 million reduction in general fund revenue over 5 quarters. That would be the last quarter of the last fiscal year and all 4 quarters of the current fiscal year. So for our current budget, we froze all of our unfilled general fund positions. We eliminated a lot of large purchases. And even with those measures, we expected to use $2 million in emergency reserve funds to get us through. To say that revenues, it would be an understatement to say that we've been pleasantly surprised. General fund revenues have performed much better than we anticipated, much better than anybody really anticipated. I think it's not that we were too pessimistic. It was, like I said, we were kind of at the optimistic end of the spectrum, but it still came in a lot better. So a year ago at the forecast, we were projecting general fund revenues for the current fiscal year at $62.5 million. When we did the budget, we projected that at $54.8 million. The fact of the matter is that right now, based on what we've seen come in so far and what we're expecting for the rest of the fiscal year, is we're expecting that number to be $60.4 million in general fund revenues. That includes a number of things. It includes, our sales tax did not drop the way we thought it would. The transit occupancy tax did not drop as much as we thought because we had the huge creek fire that filled our hotels for 2 months. Not the way we want to be filling our hotels, but it did generate revenue. And we also had $1 million in past due sales tax that were from previous fiscal year that the state just caught up with because they were transitioning new systems. So the net effect was that we had quite a bit more revenue than we thought. On top of that, we had some unanticipated funds come in. We had $2 million in CARES Act funds that came in. We had $0.3 million in the current fiscal year and $3.6 million over the next 3 years from a SAFER grant that will pay for the first 3 years of staffing for fire station number 6. And they're still talking about more potential local assistance at the federal level. So before I turn it over to Jay, I just want to let you know that, it's a very fluid situation. We are doing as much as we can to maximize services while still being fiscally prudent as we can. As we're seeing the revenues come in higher than anticipated, we have already filled or are in the process of filling some of those positions we froze, and we anticipate filling even more of them by the end of the fiscal year. So we're trying to, we kind of froze things a year ago, or less than a year ago. As we're seeing the revenues come in, we're trying to adjust to that and fill those positions back up to try to provide those services. So that's kind of an overview. It's been a wild ride for the last year. I'm going to turn it over to Jay at this point for the rest of the presentation.
Good evening. So some of the forecast highlights included in the document are we have additional police officers and firefighters. Currently, we have 19 police officers and 9 firefighters included in the forecast. 10 of those are the unfunded police positions, to where we're currently going to fund them, that they've been currently unfunded in the budget, and then 9 additional ones on top of that. We have the construction of Fire Station 6 and the 9 firefighters associated with that, and we have the building of Landmark Square. As Luke mentioned on the grants, we have the SAFER.
Jay, I really appreciate you going fast, but I had this question. By the end of the 5-year forecast, how many police officers will we have?
There's 19 more than currently.
So 119?
Well, Luke's been kind enough to fill some of those in advance, so we're shooting for 119, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the largest of the grants is the SAFER grant that kind of softens the blow of those 9 firefighters coming online for Fire Station 6. The impact of the pandemic to the discretionary revenues, as Luke mentioned, we planned for bad. They're not coming in as bad as what we expected or anticipated. It's pretty hard to estimate the effects of a pandemic, much less a natural disaster. We also have included for the first time ongoing funding for fleet replacement. So this was one of those items that during the Great Recession kind of got phased out of the budget. We kind of went to a pay-as-you-go type scenario. We're bringing back ongoing funding for public safety vehicles. And we are maintaining an emergency reserve at 15% or higher. It is slowly going down in this forecast, but we are maintaining that minimum level. So some of our challenges that we have this year and ongoing years has been PERS, and it continues to be a problem. It is just one of those benefits that we're kind of in the midway of a big mountain and just need to overcome it. The staffing costs for Fire Station 6 after the SAFER grant, so in other words, at the expiration of that 3-year term, we need to absorb that into the budget without those grant revenues to help that. The Fire Station 2 that we're building and Landmark Square both have ongoing debt service for the next 30 years. So when we complete Fire Station 2 and we complete that Landmark Square project, we will have ongoing debt that will need to be funded for the next 30 years that we don't have an offsetting revenue other than general fund. The transfers to the government facilities currently are just for debt service, so we don't currently have any other facilities in there or major repairs and maintenance to our existing structures. And the long-term impact of the pandemic is really unknown. We're going off a set of assumptions, but the pandemic is really hard to, when you're going off just a set of assumptions, it could be significantly different than what we're showing. And we do have scheduled rate increases in some of our enterprise funds, including water and refuse over this 5-year period. So to kind of take a look at the general fund visually, back 17-18, so over a period of 9 years, we're growing our general fund from approximately 70 million to 95 million. So we've had some pretty significant growth in our general fund, but with that continues the demand for services. So we're always bumping up on that service level impact that as we grow as a community, we continue to struggle paying for that. And that black line, expenses and transfers out, is really limited as to for what is actually going to come in for revenues. So a couple of our major revenue sources, just want to point out property tax and sales tax. The major takeaway from here is we have a set of assumptions, based off of a logical 800 unit growth and sales tax of approximately 4.5% plus population, which has been our growth over a 2- and 3-year period. All that being said, really the impact of the pandemic is really unknown as it relates to these static kind of assumptions. So much like the Great Recession was kind of unknown, the pandemic is still unknown, and really the sales tax, the blue line, is the more impacted here, to where the consumers can be finicky. And although we're estimating a 4.5 rational growth, that could be significantly different here in the next couple of years. We just don't know. So as I mentioned on CalPERS cost, this has continued to be a problem for the city and many other cities, in that, the light blue line, which represents our public safety cost, has gone from approximately 6 million back in 18 to 14 million in 25-26. So that plan for retirement is very expensive, and that we're trying to catch up our unfunded liability, which is significant. And you can't really see it here, but there's other assumptions kind of going on. This year, PERS is meeting to talk about potentially lowering the discount rate. In other words, the assumption of how much they're going to earn. And if they were to do that this summer, come this fall, it would be something like we've done several years past that would have a significant impact in this chart and how this looks. So, it goes out 5 years and it looks bad, but when I come to you next year, it could honestly look a lot worse if they do lower that discount this year. So kind of get an idea of those general fund transfers that I was talking about. In 1920, we transferred out almost $3 million for fleet, kind of catching that up for those public safety vehicles that we had neglected for quite a while. And we made a one-time transfer over to fleet to kind of get that program started again. And then, like I mentioned earlier, we started ongoing replacement costs to keep that program going. But what you see in that light green right there represents the debt service on Landmark Square and Fire Station 2. So that's really that green area is really a 30-year commitment going forward, that you will see that transfer out every year. And that's just competing for other resources, public safety especially. So taking a look at our ending unrestricted fund balance, we've been carrying a balance at year end of approximately $3 to $4 million. It has a way of how we've been currently budgeting and kind of those one-time revenues that are coming in and not spending every single dollar that we have in the budget kind of creates that cushion there that we plan for. And then come next year, we plan on spending that down in the form of the resources and, slowly but surely kind of taking that down. At least that's how we're expecting it to look over the next several years. So to try to take a look at the emergency reserve dollars that I mentioned and the percentage of expenditures, That green bar represents the millions of emergency reserve that we have set aside, and that black line represents the percentage of emergency reserve. So in 1819, we made a one-time kind of accounting change, so we booked that and put that in the emergency reserve. But you can see after that, we don't have a lot of availability of funds, and that's slowly creeping down closer to that 15%, even though it's growing every year as a dollar-wise upwards of $14 million. It's still slowly edging down towards 15%. So to step out of the general fund for a moment and just hit on the major enterprise funds, the water fund has approximately $21 million at the end of 2021. We do have 3% rate increases for each of the years for the next 5 years. And then looking at the revenues over expenditures, there is one spike in there in 2021, and that just represents the $5 million payment that we made for the FID. So looking at the sewer fund for a moment, they're going to end the year with approximately $23.5 million. We do include the full $7.30 bond charge rebate through 22-23, and then it tapers off 23-24 and is eliminated in the outer years of the forecast. Some of those spikes in those 3 years where that black line up there is above the bar, that represents our ongoing capital commitments to the Fresno treatment plant. We share in the capital cost, and there is several years there that we're planning on some pretty large expenditures.
Jay, can you explain number 2 to me there again?
Absolutely. So the bond charge that was put into place many years ago, at one point we collected enough to where the customer's being charged the $7.30 every other month, and in return, when we can, we're rebating it back. So the customer is not being charged, in essence, a net of zero over the next several years as we have enough money on hand. We don't need to collect that from them. A couple years down the road, we are showing that we need to collect part of that bond surcharge potentially back into the fund just due to the growth and the patterns of the commitments of debt. Yes.
I have a question on this. The next investment in our wastewater treatment plant in terms of expansion is planned for when? No, do we have one? 2035? Uh-huh. Okay. Okay, I mean, so well outside this forecast. I just couldn't remember when the next investment was. Thanks.
Yep. And so over in community sanitation, they have working capital balance of approximately $9 million at the end of the year. We do have rate increases scheduled in there of 4% in 2021, which we implemented in July. We're proposing a 3% increase for next budget year and 2% increases projected thereafter. We do have a 4% increase on our green waste and recycling, and that's just due to contract increases as well. And the spike right there that you see in 2021 is really just capital purchases that are needed in the community sanitation. We just happen to be moving that from year to year just due to competing capital interest. And we've been talking about it several years, but those projects have yet to happen. The widening of the lane, and there's some other ones at the landfill. It's a placeholder basically for when we can finally get those done. So from the transit standpoint, the really only thing special here is in 2021 and 21-22, those two spikes right there are really just the build out of the transit center and transit paying for their portion of that landmark square. So other than that, the state's always toying with the revenues of transit, so we always just basically keep that program balanced based off of every year when they're monkeying with something. And then lastly, planning and development services. There's really nothing overly special here. They're ending at approximately $9.6 million. We've been growing the last several years much higher than normal, so we're projecting 1,100 units, and that's what their revenue is based off of. And then based off of the assumptions, again, 800 new units for each of the forecast years, and that's just based off of traditional growth of 10-year average. And that concludes. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Bob?
So, Jay, on the emergency reserves, you're Less than 1%, as we move forward, kind of, that's your projection, that it will stay there, but at least over 15%?
Yeah, the idea is to continue to fund emergency reserve, but with the competing interest in this current year's forecast, in order to fund those 19 police officers, in order to fund those 9 firemen, what's left for the emergency reserve is maybe less than what has been in some of the years past, but we continue to make strokes into there to increase it. It's just not increasing at the same percentage as maybe some other prior years. If there is some money available, unanticipated at year end, there's always the chance that we could make more than those potential minimal amounts into that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions for staff? Any other questions? Lynn?
I think the sales tax issue is hard to forecast, but I do think, I mean, Luke, you've always just said COVID-19 accelerated things we thought we'd see in a decade that we're seeing right now, and I think Sears is gone. I don't know. What if Lowe's goes out of business? I mean, I just think those big box retail and people shopping on Amazon, what do we imagine in terms of how people will shop going forward? Maybe they shop more. I mean, I shop more just because I don't go to Target every day, but I can order on Amazon every day, and that's not really helpful. So just what is the forecast of people's shopping patterns after COVID-19?
Well, and I wish I knew for sure,
I know,
but looking in the crystal ball,
don't you have
people are shopping more. Some of the local big box retailers are suffering. Others, like Lowe's, are not, because that's more something like, you go there once or twice or 3 times on a Saturday to get everything to finish today's project. But the key going forward is going to be seeing what the state and the cities do with how that pool tax, the Amazon online, is distributed. You've got the cities that have invested heavily courting big box distribution centers, and they want that to be booked there. You've got others that don't have those, and they want it to be booked at point of sale. That's going to that was a tug of war between cities in California before COVID. Right now, we're all distracted with COVID. When we come out of it, I'm sure that's going to be a lively topic of discussion amongst the cities. And so far, the league has not taken a position because the member cities can't agree. So as long as we continue to get sales tax, if we get the sales tax booked to the point of delivery, I think that Clovis would benefit from that. We'd lose on a few of our businesses, but I think that would be beneficial to us, and I think the majority of cities are probably in that same position. It's just you have some very big players and very vocal players that have the distribution centers that want to keep that revenue going there. So I think people are going to continue to shop as much, and if not more, it's just going to be how does that sales tax get distributed, and it's something we're keeping an eye on.
So that'd be a key advocacy area going forward. That, I mean, as we look at that, and then I still think the issue that I've raised a couple times about the vacancy in big box stores. What is our reuse plan for those? So I do think we're going to be faced not with just Sears, but probably something else along the way. So again, it's just sort of the retail landscape. And again, I don't, your crystal ball. At least you have one. I don't actually have one.
We're looking at actually a potential number of options there.
Yeah.
And it ranges, everything from potential tax generating distribution centers to possibly not sales tax uses. And we're talking to partners in the school district and everything about possible reuse of some of those buildings.
Thanks, Joe.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I will open this to the public. Any member of the public in chambers wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none, do we have anybody on the internet?
No.
Mr. Clerk, we got no correspondence on this.
Correct, no.
Okay. This is I'll close public comments, and this is a receive and file. Item number 7, which is consider approval of the contract extension for Shelley Vinson, is being continued to the March 15th, 2021 meeting at the request of staff.
Do you need a motion to continue that or no?
I don't know. Are we continuing or tabling?
No,
Bob?
we're not tabling
Bob,
it.
point
That I
of
know for sure.
point of parliamentary procedure.
I don't even know why I said table. I don't even know that verb. I don't think I've ever said that in 20 years. Anyway, do you need a motion
Yes.
to continue this item?
You do not. Staff will bring it back, I think,
Okay.
they intend to fully bring it back.
Okay.
Okay. Item number
Fine,
8.
then, you can't have one.
Consider for city council to provide policy direction to oppose unless amended proposed legislation SB 9. Andy Hessler is our presenter. Andy.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So tonight we'll be looking at Senate Bill 9, which is the proposed bill that is about housing development here in cities across California. And just to summarize quickly, given the hour, this bill would allow ministerially someone to split a single-family zone parcel into two, and then it would allow accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units to be built on that parcel. So you could go from a single-family lot to potentially having 6 total units on those 2 parcels. The League of Cities has gone through and developed a list of changes to the bill they would like to see occur, and this would be generally putting the city in the driver's seat on where this could happen, that ADUs wouldn't be allowed on the split parcels, and also have some safety and access issues addressed, such as where lot sizes could be, if public safety could access, and if we had available infrastructure to allow that level of density. Staff is recommending that council authorize a letter be sent to the legislature on this item that is a recommend changes, and then they could support the bill, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Any questions for Andy on this?
Well, somehow, since we just talked about objective standards, so do we still get to have setbacks and the rules that still apply in our city, or how does this work out?
It would be by right. There is no wording in the language of the bill right now that addresses development standards.
We could get parking standards, but that's the only standard that they address in the language?
Yeah, there's nothing there. So someone could come in and split a lot. There is a minimum lot size in the bill, but it's fairly small. I believe it's like 1,500 feet or 2,000 square feet.
I think this is potentially one of the worst ideas I've ever heard, but maybe it's just me.
And and in the committee, the majority of the people were just really opposed to it because it just took away local control.
So you want from us a letter to what? Oppose unless amended?
Yes. Amended as per the league's details there that they provided. The second 2 slides are in the staff report and PowerPoint.
I'm just one person, but I'm not interested in the changes. I mean, there's not enough in there to make me think it's a good idea. That's just me.
I believe the strategy is this bill was actually on the floor last year and had passed out of at least one house and was slated to be passed out of the second house, and due to timing issues was not passed out of that house. So they are concerned that without some input on changes to it this year, it'll likely become law. So their hope is that these changes would make it more workable for cities rather than just a flat oppose.
So we'd have a better bad idea.
Yeah, what?
Okay, well, that makes complete sense.
Can I have a t-shirt that says that? A better bad idea?
A better bad idea. This is our best worst case scenario.
So,
okay.
And
Any,
Councilmember Moana too was also there for that conversation too. He wants to confirm.
Yeah, no, they were very, it seems like the league likes to oppose unless amended just so that way they can have a seat at the table. Yeah, and so we were a strong oppose, and there were only, a handful of people who were just for the strictly opposed. And so it was a difficult discussion, but long discussion.
Any other discussion? Okay, I'll open this to any member of the public in chambers who wishes to address the council on this item. Seeing none, we haven't got any on the internet?
No.
And we got no correspondence?
No.
Okay. What's our pleasure here?
I'll make a motion that to support the letter as proposed, to support the position of the league.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. That was unanimous. Lynn, you're wearing a mask. I couldn't hear your. Okay. All right. And that was unanimous. Okay. Item number 9, consider approval of change of council meeting schedule. Luke?
Thank you. Staff is recommending that we cancel next Monday's meeting and schedule a meeting for Monday, March 22nd. March 22nd would be the reorganization meeting of council, with that date, we don't need next week's meeting. That's my report.
And questions or discussion? I'll open this to the public. Any member of the public in council chambers wish to address the council on this item? Seeing none. Anybody on the internet?
No.
No correspondence?
No.
Okay, closing public comment. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes unanimously. And we come to the workshop for City of Clovis to conduct a workshop to discuss the impact on ongoing city operations during the COVID-19 state of emergency as declared by the federal government, State of California, County of Fresno, and City of Clovis, and to explore actions the city may take in response to the crisis. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So I'm just going to run through the usual graphs I show you to update you. This is the day-over-day new cases in California. As you can see, the second wave is coming to an end, which everybody's happy about. Likewise, in Fresno County, it is still higher than it was a couple months ago, but it has greatly decreased from where it was just a month ago. I don't know what happened on that slide there, but the Clovis count shows similar pattern with a decrease in daily counts as far as new cases for Clovis addresses. This is the daily day-over-day deaths in Fresno County. It is also decreasing. The statewide one is decreasing as well. Previously, I'd been able to show you a weekly count of the deaths in Clovis. The county health is no longer reporting that data on the webpage, so I can't tell you what's going on specifically there. This is Fresno County hospitalizations and ICU hospitalizations, with the blue lines representing the COVID patients that are in the hospital, and the red representing the Clovis patients in ICU, both following good downward trends. County and regional status, the county is currently at 16.6 adjusted new cases per 100,000 population. That has to drop below 8. That is down from the previous week, but it has to drop below 8 before we can start getting into the red tier. We're at a 6.6% positivity rate and an 8.3 health equity quartile positive rate. Kind of an interesting thing with that is what's hurting us is we're doing less testing, because the emphasis has shifted from testing to vaccinations, so not as many people are getting tested, which then hurts us in our adjusted rates. And the state is reporting a 16.8% ICU availability, so that's higher than it was when it was at 0. On the vaccines, the supply of vaccines continues to be the limiting factor. There's been almost 176,000 doses administered in Fresno County to date. They are currently focusing on food, ag, education, and child care workers, targeting 2 weeks from now to start vaccinating individuals aged 16 to 64 with certain underlying health conditions. Our transit department has transported 9 individuals to vaccination sites. We expect that's going to increase as more vaccines are available. The problem is people are having trouble getting an appointment to get a vaccine. And our senior staff has been reaching out to some of the seniors that we're familiar with that are in vulnerable situations to help them navigate the process. We can't get them an appointment. We can't pull any strings for them, but we can at least help them navigate the process to get signed up and get an appointment for a vaccination. So we're continuing to work that way with them. Council has previously asked about the impact on employees. This shows the number of positive cases amongst our different sections and departments. we've had a total of 51 employees test positive, which is a little under 10% of our workforce, which is about equal to the county. It's about the same percentage as county infection rate. The police and fire are, the sworn officers in both police and fire are presumptive for COVID, meaning that if they get COVID, it's presumed to be work-related. It's rebuttable, but it's presumptive. Based on the tracing we do and the investigations we do, when we do have a positive case to determine who they've been in contact with, we can tell you that one person in the city, one of these 51, most confidently got it at work from somebody else. They were exposed at work and got COVID at work. 2 others got it while out of town on training, and the rest got it elsewhere. So a relatively low percentage of the people that work within the city that have got COVID got it at work. So we have some pretty safe practices. We're doing everything we can. We're meeting all the requirements. And none of these cases have risen to the level of a major reportable outbreak. There's a lot of rules as to what encompasses is determined to be an outbreak, and they have to be at the same workspace, not necessarily the same address. Because you take something like the Corp Yard, there's multiple buildings, multiple shifts. They have to be at the same workspace. They have to be, the people with COVID have to be there during their period of contagiousness, which is 48 hours before symptoms or positive test, and they have to be in the same area as others. So even though we've had the 51 cases, none of it have been risen to the level of a reportable outbreak. So that's my report on COVID, and I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Luke. Any questions for Luke? Jose?
Okay, so law enforcement and fire, they're about to get their second dose, and within 4 weeks or so, they'll be totally, with the second dose, those that do get it, because it's optional, will have total immunity or whatever. They'll have full impact of the vaccine. And so and then those who can document they've had the vaccine, the double dose, will no longer need masks, according to the famous Dr. Fauci and others. So
I don't. Well.
No, that's science.
Well, but we have to wait until OSHA tells us that that's the rule.
That's my question. I guess you just answered my question. So until OSHA tells us that's science, it ain't science.
It's not the science we follow until such time as the OSHA rules and regulations and the statewide orders change. Or county, we have to operate under any of.
Until they tell you.
Correct.
That's when those changes occur. Okay.
Correct.
Any other questions for Luke? Seeing none, I'll open this to any member of the public in council chambers who wishes to address the council on this item. Seeing none, do we have anybody on the internet?
No.
And we got no correspondence?
No.
Great.
We did get some of the public comments.
Oh, that's true.
We're addressing my graph that I showed that the county has posted on their webpage now. A very similar one.
Yeah,
Oh, my.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, good news. That's when we're going to start at, now we're in 2007. And then we're going to do the county teachers, and anybody who can come from a county with vaccine. The county has to give the vaccine, send it to the hospital, but hopefully that will give like a big boost to get teachers.
Okay. Council comments. Bob? Lynn? Yeah, that comment might be used against you. Be careful.
Everything else has, that's good.
Bong?
B-O-R.
You haven't said anything that was controversial. You haven't. You've been kind. I have nothing.
Jose?
The good news is that all these COVID numbers are looking pretty good. I mean, they're all they're all going down. Everybody's reporting lower numbers. And with the vaccine and the community immunity or herd immunity, or whatever you want to call it, people are predicting that by April, you know, this thing might go away, I guess, or at least be better managed. So let's hope. Sounds like good news.
And I had a conversation with somebody from the Rodeo Association. They're meeting tomorrow night to discuss what they're going to move forward with, and I'm hoping that they'll plan on the rodeo and we'll get things worked through, but we'll have to play those cards when they deal them to us.
At their regular last week, April, they're not thinking of moving it.
That's my understanding. I don't, because I believe, based on conversations I've had, if they do that, they lose access to the best cowboys and horses and all that stuff. So anyway, that's all I have. We're going to be going into closed session. Are we going to be reporting out? Great, thank you. Then we are in adjournment.